¿por qué Uruguay? Por su estabilidad política, económica y social. Porque tiene una democracia consolidada, una fuerte seguridad jurídica y respeto por las reglas de juego. Porque lleva más de una década de sólido crecimiento y ofrece importantes incentivos a la inversión extranjera y nacional. Por ser un país con grado inversor. Es fácil hacer negocios en Uruguay. Por su ubicación privilegiada como puerta de entrada a la región, un mercado de más de 400 millones de habitantes. Porque es un socio estratégico para concentrar y distribuir mercaderías. Por su infraestructura logística y tecnológica líder en el continente. Uruguay es el país latinoamericano con mayor penetración de Internet y velocidad de descarga. Por su modelo de desarrollo con equidad, su capital humano competitivo, de alta formación técnica y universitaria. Uruguay sorprende al mundo por sus logros y capacidad innovadora. ¿Más razones para elegir a Uruguay? Porque cuida la vida, la energía y el origen de sus alimentos. Porque es calidad de vida. Uruguay, país para invertir, trabajar y vivir.
Nuestro propósito en BBVA es poner al alcance de todos las oportunidades de esta nueva era. Miramos el futuro como un futuro sostenible, un futuro con mayúsculas. Y para construir ese futuro y cumplir nuestro propósito, hemos determinado 6 pilares estratégicos. Uno de estos pilares es apoyar a nuestros clientes en la transición hacia un futuro sostenible, con foco en el cambio climático y en el desarrollo social inclusivo. Los bancos somos un agente fundamental y debemos ayudar con soluciones de financiación y asesoría para que nuestros clientes y la sociedad toda tengan un mejor futuro en este mundo en proceso constante de cambios disruptivos. Hoy es un día especial para nosotros, muy especial, ya que anunciamos un nuevo producto alineado con nuestro propósito, un préstamo automotor destinado a quienes busquen contribuir a un consumo más responsable a través de la compra de vehículos eléctricos. El diferencial frente a un préstamo automotor tradicional estará marcado por un mayor plazo de financiación y una menor tasa. El objetivo de este nuevo lanzamiento es seguir siendo un referente mundial en banca sostenible, responsable y con valores. Para BBVA, este tipo de créditos son una pieza más en la búsqueda de un futuro sostenible, fomentando un consumo y una producción más responsable. Te invitamos a construir juntos el futuro sostenible, el futuro con mayúsculas.
down into an open grave. Is there another way? Is there another way? And the rain pours heavy on the waiting stone. Come and beat again, I'll breathe again. Whoa. Rise up from the dark, I see a light ahead. Away for us, away for us. Oh. Rise up from the grave, hear life call. Away for us, away for us. No help from hell can keep us down. We rise. Rise up from the dark, I see a light ahead. Away for us, away for us. Rise up from the grave, hear life call. Away for us, away for us.
...18 de mayo de 1989... ...la delegación de la Unión Europea... ...se establecía en Uruguay. 3 años después, en 1992... ...las relaciones se intensificaban... ...con la firma del Acuerdo Marco de Cooperación. El objetivo, reforzar el diálogo político, económico y social.
Pero lo que más importante es que ese bloque representaba y representa realmente la aventura política y económica más importante de la historia de la humanidad.
La solidaridad es otro de los valores fundamentales sobre los cuales se construyó la Unión Europea. Es la principal donante de ayuda oficial al desarrollo en Uruguay. Desde 1990 ha contribuido cerca de 100 millones de euros al país en apoyo a iniciativas públicas en las áreas más diversas y otros tantos a través de programas regionales.
Desde hace 30 años contribuimos mucho en transformar este país en un país moderno y compartimos mucho. Para nosotros, Uruguay hoy en día es un socio y un amigo en que confiamos mucho.
Más del 35% de la inversión extranjera en Uruguay proviene de la Unión Europea. Las exportaciones de bienes de la Unión Europea a Uruguay están dominadas por maquinaria y productos químicos, mientras que las importaciones son principalmente celulosa, carne y otros productos agropecuarios. Empresas de celulosa como UPM y Montes del Plata, de logística de puerto como Catonnasi, bancos como Santander y BBVA, Sofitel en turismo, BASF en químicos, Bayer en farmacéutica, Movistar en telecomunicaciones y Enel en energía renovable son activos actores de la economía uruguaya. La Unión Europea tiene presencia en cultura, en defensa de la democracia y en respeto de los derechos humanos. Está comprometida con el cuidado del medio ambiente y el desarrollo sostenible para lograr sociedades justas y resilientes en pos de la dignidad humana, para preservar la estabilidad regional y la paz mundial.
Creo que todo el país sabe, las universidades, las empresas, los individuos en sí, asociaciones civiles, de lo que ha representado la Unión Europea como apoyo, como estímulo y como ayuda.
En 1999, la Unión Europea y Mercosur comenzaron negociaciones en busca de un acuerdo de asociación, las cuales se relanzaron en 2010. Actualmente, dichas negociaciones se encuentran en su tramo final. Esta alianza creará un mercado de 800 millones de personas que dinamizará el crecimiento económico.
Para la relación del futuro, de suma importancia para mí sería el éxito de firmar por fin el acuerdo de asociación entre el Mercosur y la Unión Europea. Especialmente para Uruguay, eso sería de verdad un game changer para nosotros.
Después de 30 años, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso con Uruguay para encontrar soluciones a desafíos globales, lograr un orden multilateral basado en reglas justas, construir un mundo moderno, sostenible y equitativo. Tenemos la responsabilidad colectiva de trabajar por las generaciones presentes y futuras.
Good morning. Welcome to the third edition of the Forum of European Investment in Uruguay. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for being with us. I'm Paula Barquet. I'm the information editor of El País newspaper, and it's a pleasure to be here again today. For those of you who connect today for the first time, we would like to tell you that within the framework of the European Union and Mercosur, there is a project called InsPYraME UE that is encouraged and pushed by the Chamber of Uruguayan Commerce to encourage entrepreneurs in Uruguay. So within that framework, we started yesterday with the importance of services in the 21st century and also the new trends in terms of port services and logistics. Today, we will continue talking about the new opportunities of European investments in Uruguay and the joint practices between the two regions towards a green economy. Before starting, we would like to thank the sponsors who support this activity: Bank BBVA, Catering Ladies, Facal & Company, Edenred, Monte del Plata, Movistar, and of course, El País. We would like to remind you that this is being broadcasted live on the main site of El País, also on the social media, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and in the YouTube channel of El País, where you will be able to post your questions during the forum. For those of you who want to follow the presentation in English, you can do that in the YouTube channel of InsPYraME. This third panel, which is the first panel of today, will focus on the digitalization of commerce and services, and we would like to have the presence of Eduardo Mangarelli, who is the Dean of the School of Engineering at ORT and Director of LATU. Also, thank you for the participation of Walter Verri, the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Industry, and Gabriel Costa, who is the responsible of business in Nokia, Leticia Lago from Movistar, and also Andres Garcia from the DG Trade of the European Trade Commission. So I will give the floor to Eduardo Mangarelli. Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you today, and especially to talk about technology and digitalization, which has been my professional activity during my career. During the last years, I've been a director at Microsoft, and I've had the opportunity to participate in different projects regarding these issues around the world. So in this first block, I would like to talk about the future, which is today. And I imagine that we will see the presentation soon. Today, we live together in a scenario where all the markets, all the sectors, all the disciplines are influenced by technology. And in particular, not only as a tool of productivity, of generating efficiency and innovation, but we know how in different sectors, technology is essential to become competitive. So we see companies that, due to technology, they enter a sector that is already established and they become competitors very soon in a disruptive way and disrupting this industry. So if we talk about manufacturing or the health industry or the production of goods and services, the agriculture also, and e-commerce, of course, that clearly in this last period has become very relevant as a result of the pandemic. And each industry, we could talk about it for a long time due to the impact of technology. But I think it's good to identify some of those disruptors to generate that impact in each of these industries. And the first one that I would like to point is the cloud technology. This cloud technology enables services to be provided remotely without taking into account where the scale is or where the location is. And they adapt to the needs of a small or a large company, and being able to escalate in terms of productivity and costs. And this has been one of the main waves of disruption in the business ecosystem. The second, which is very current today, is the data and artificial intelligence world. Each of the companies generate data at all the time, and this data is value that has to be exploited in order to generate more insight to take decisions. They can be used to make decisions in real time, such as the automation in the agricultural industry or in different industries. And so we can exploit this data to make better decisions in the way we operate. And together with artificial intelligence is the main promoter of changes that enables the optimization of dynamic prices, and in the health industry, for example, to assist a radiologist with a pre-diagnosis and with the images given through this technology. So, but in terms of changing elements, the pandemic has accelerated several processes that we thought were going to take like 3 or 5 years. And actually they took a few months, not only in Uruguay, but in the entire world. So what I called remote first, the education, the remote education, the remote work, teleworking, and also telemedicine, and many of these phenomena, actually, it's important to understand them from the point of view of the capacities that the companies and organizations have developed in this short time to actually meet the needs of the scenario, and to see how the expectations of the users and the consumers have changed. because the reality is that many of these expectations will not go backwards. These expectations will actually continue a long time, and therefore markets and industries will have to get used and adapt to actually meet this scenario. So each of these capacities has to do with technology. So how is this related to Uruguay? We are the main supplier of services in Latin America, and I would like to mention talent, which has to do with academic training, but also with some cultural aspects, such as the capacity to be generalist, to be able to solve certain kind of problems, the mindset that is not only specific of the technological sector, but it's the mindset of companies that have this international exporting vision. The small markets make technology companies to think about what their objective target markets are, how to face language restrictions, etc. And this, together with an entrepreneur ecosystem that in the last 10 years has had an important development with components such as the universities, the incubators, the accelerators, the angel investment funds. Each of these components make part of this technological ecosystem, and in the last weeks we've had very good news in terms of these investments for technological projects. When we look at each of these components and we leverage them with characteristics of the country, such as the regulatory framework, the government agencies that support the sector and define state policies, connectivity as well, and at the same time we also have sufficient scale to actually carry out tests that can actually measure this in an efficient way. So this summarizes what the software industry is in Uruguay. If we talk about indicators, we can see that the GDP relevance or the relevance in terms of employment is. But I think of Uruguay as an exporter and generator of products, and we think that Europe represents 7.8% of the exports of services and products in terms of technology. So here we have a lot of opportunities due to the culture, to the history, also to exchange and provide services to the European Union, at a large scale. And these opportunities I identify, such as the development of products and services that are specific for the needs of the European Union, users, clients and companies. Also, I see Uruguay as an entrance for European companies and as a first step for them to land here in Latin America. And as a representative of the Latin American culture, and also because of the characteristics of the country has and which I mentioned, and other areas that actually go along with this digital transformation have to do also with the privacy and the security. The European Union has been a leader in defining policies in this sense, and we are very much aligned in this aspect. And I insist that with respect to the definition of the European Union, and I think this scenario in terms of security and privacy, we are at an early stage, but we are still undergoing the development. And finally, the inclusion, which in a world that is totally connected, the inclusion so that nobody's left behind, and so all users, the population and the citizens can actually have access to the services and the capacities provided by technology. So this is part of the initial introduction, so I'm going go back to my place and start the panel. Thank you.
Okay, in a different role now. Thank you for being here. So, if you agree, we're going to share some questions with the panel. I'm going to start with Deputy Minister, Mr. Very. So at the policy level, in the context of what we've been talking about, what are the strategies of the Uruguayan government to face these challenges of the digital transformation, and what those policies are? First of all, good morning. Thank you very much, European Union, Eurocamara, the Chamber of Commerce and Services of Uruguay. Thank you very much for inviting us to be here. I am representing the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mining. You know how important it is for our ministry, this project, InsPYraME. This is a country with small and medium-sized companies. Many of our companies are within this category. So, with the national direction of small and medium-sized companies within the ministry, this is very important for us. And to go into the European market, a huge market for us, is something very important for our companies. And this is a perspective that we, of course, support and embrace from the ministry. So it's a real pleasure to be here with you. I would also like to mention that in Uruguay, the sales of small and medium-sized companies to Europe are on average 7%, but in Uruguay that percentage is higher. And so we would really, we're very happy to be supporting this project. And in relation to your question, I am going to elaborate some programs that we're dealing with at the ministry, with Minister Paganini, in what respects to the vision we have on your questions. First of all, we're working on the agenda of Uruguay Digital. That's for the country, actually. It's a document that articulates the initiatives of the digital policy at the national level with, of course, the public administration, with national reach, talking about sustainability too. We have developed 4 digital agendas, 2006, 2008, 2008, 2010, and then now we're working on the 4th one too. And it's to give continuity to the project because we believe it's very important for the country. The agenda that we are talking about, 2020 to 2025, is intends to strengthen e-commerce and to design a national strategy to digitize all the small and medium-sized companies. We'll keep working on the transformation of the country towards digitization for all aspects, and from the national direction of industry, we have created the Fund of Digital Transformation to support companies and entrepreneurs in generating projects that have to do with electronics, robotics, and digitization to stimulate this sector that's a growing sector, so it can be developed and it can reach external markets, especially the European ones. We have some background on this. For example, the NQ Electric, it's an incubator that is carried out by the Technological Laboratory that is supporting entrepreneurs in electronic projects and projects that are being developed that need validation. So this encourages and supports those projects so they can be presented later on. We also have other ones for more mature entrepreneurs, for innovators, and projects that have to do with electronics. From the ministry, we believed it was necessary to have a differential call that would take into account the time and particularities of this type of projects. Together with the National Research Administration, we are selecting right now the winners of this project. From the telecommunications direction and audiovisual services, probably related to many of you, DINATEL, we're working on the articulation to improve access and quality of internet connections at the national level. Uruguay has a very high coverage in that respect, but we still need to improve our quality. Definitely in the coming years, we'll be starting to use 5G technology, which is a very relevant aspect to reduce the digital gap between companies, therefore facilitating the use of technological platforms. 5G technology also, of course, is good for everything in general. This is a reality and what it's coming in the future. The deployment of 5G networks is necessary, and that's what we're working on designing policies from the ministry and the telecommunications sector, together with the regulating unit. From the direction of small and medium-sized companies that have to do with handcrafting, the COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to reformulate the survey that we usually do every year for commerce, manufacturing, and services. But of course, 2020 has not been the best year to take as a basis. So the proposal is to carry out the survey next year and test e-commerce and other areas and try to strengthen the indicators of digitization for small and medium-sized companies. Within the program of handcrafting materials, we have approved a project that is intended to improve the commercialization of projects that are made by artisans that are in critical context, especially those that have had a big impact due to the COVID-19. And we're trying to promote their products through the internet and the e-commerce. And this is both done by agents at the public and private level. On the other hand, we're working with Uruguay 21 and the Union of Exporters of Uruguay. And in these coming days, November 25th to 27th, we're going to have an open meeting online with key stakeholders of the process through, of course, e-commerce, and we're going to talk about different services and possibilities, and we'll promote the exchange of experiences and see what the opportunities are to improve those processes. Likewise, from different areas of the ministry, together with some other agencies, INEFOP and AGESIC, we are working on TCIs to promote small and medium-sized companies again, and our objective is to reduce the digital gap in these companies by promoting digital capacities and digital management. That's why we are considering a training session or a training period. Basically, the first one would be basic digital literacy, so the companies can have some knowledge about it that will be articulated with the Ministry of Education. And then another component of the digital economy for those companies that are more advanced would be the basic rules in the use of TCIs, and we are working together with INEFOP, and in the coming weeks will be completing all the programs with their contents and the courses. So basically, that's the vision of the projects we're dealing with from the Ministry of Industry that are related to this topic. Of course, we might have others too, but these are basically the ones that we're working on right now. We have, ever since we took office, we've been supporting these issues and we've been working on it. The pandemic has shown us the reality and the need for these tools, and that it has made possible, digitalization, internet, and e-commerce have made it possible for small and medium companies to keep selling their products online. So this has arrived to stay, and we have to strengthen it. And it is in the tough times that opportunities come up. So this is a challenge for Uruguayan companies, which suddenly had to adapt one way or the other and use their own capabilities and the support from the state to be viable. So that's what we're working on, and in the coming months we'll probably have more tools than the ones we have just mentioned. So thank you very much.
Okay, so now we will go to Brussels. Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia Bermudez. So the European Commission is working on the pillar Europe Fit for the Digital Age. What is the European Union's digital trade strategy? It's an honor to be here with you today, sharing this forum. I would like to take advantage of this participation and give you an overview of how the issues of digital strategy are being focused in the European Union and also in terms of foreign policy. The first idea is that today the European Union is actually changing all of its legislation in terms of digital aspects. In February, 3 different communications were approved that established the digital strategy. The first communication has to do with the data of the European Union. The second has to do with artificial intelligence, and the third has to do with the configuration, the future configuration of the digital strategy in Europe. And these 3 that were actually presented in February establish some legislation that will come. The most important is the governance regulation on data, which is about to become a reality and will be adopted by the Commissioner School Association next week. In addition, there will also be another data regulation, legislation on artificial intelligence, another regulation on digital data that will control e-commerce, and a regulation on digital markets and focused on the platforms that we know as gatekeepers, and another legislation which I don't have the specification right now. What I want to say is that this is an environment where the European Union is fully working on its legislation, and now I would like to give you a more general perspective that is behind this legislation push, and what is the reason for this. The first that we have to say is that the international environment is changing, as the COVID crisis has shown. So the vulnerability has increased in terms of the supply chain at a world level. We have already seen, however, changes in the geopolitical environment. So this is the first motivation that has actually triggered the European activity in digital aspects. And so the aim is centered or is based on two main elements. The first is the Green Deal, the Green European Deal, with an environmental vision, and the second is the support to digital transformation in the EU to improve growth. In the digital environment, the EU has a permanent and constant activity called digital diplomacy, with partners such as Japan and the United States. And in addition, the EU is a defender of multilateral activities, as it was shown in the G20 for artificial intelligence, or also in the case of the negotiations of the World Trade Organization. So in terms of, there is a focus on multilateral and bilateral associations. So this is the first point I wanted to mention. Now, with respect to the environment that has actually triggered this intense legislation activity, there is a second point where a lot of attention is being paid in Europe, which is the strategic autonomy. In this changing environment, the objective of the EU is to guarantee that there is a sustainable situation, and following the European values to reach the technological capacities. There is a main concern that has to do with the technology of third parties, for example, which expose the European Union and the member states and the companies of the European Union to some disturbances in the supply chain and also in terms of security. However, this concern for the strategic autonomy shouldn't be understood or shouldn't motivate us to become isolated. The EU tries to defend its strategic values and trust on its media, and also not to be a simple spectator between the fight between the United States and China. So a clear concern during these last years with respect to this concept is the strategic autonomy, but avoiding isolation. The main objective of our authorities is to have alternative options and also competencies in terms of the digital environment. And so these can be seen in several areas, and also to guarantee that anyone who invests in Europe has to respect the values and the regulations of the European Union. We also aim at protecting European companies in the face of predating companies from abroad. And one country that is our main concern is China. And we aim at continue being in the main territories of the world and leading the green economy and the digital economy, and to also diversify our essential supplies. So this is a challenge that no member state can face by its own, and this has motivated an intense activity at an European level, which I just mentioned. I would like, in this last part of my first intervention, to refer to one specific aspect in this concerning this strategy, which is the approach on the flow of data and how to reach the freedom of flow of data and the sovereignty of this data. We believe that we must have the control of our data and complying with our regulations and values, including high levels of security and safety. So the strategy in the EU reflects a policy that belongs to us in terms of international flow of data, and therefore it promotes a safe flow of data, provided they respect the framework of data protection of the European Union. And given the importance of the data economy, it's essential that these clear rules be applied not only to personal data, but also to data used at an industrial level. So the key question is, should the data be stored between the European Union, and should there be requirements for that? We are actually making some efforts to reinforce a data economy, and companies must be able to rely on how the data is stored. We believe that in Europe we guarantee the highest levels of data protection, and as I mentioned before, this shouldn't be considered as an international obligation, but the UE wants to guarantee the free circulation of data, and the requirements for localization are clearly potential restrictions to this international flow. So these restrictions can be justified if in specific cases and only under a public security perspective or the legitimate objectives that meet the regulations of the European Union. With respect to our commercial partners with whom we close bilateral agreements, and we are currently negotiating with New Zealand, Australia, Chile, Indonesia, or Tunisia. In these bilateral negotiations, we insist that the companies of the European Union shouldn't face requirements that are not justifiable. And so we aim at ambitious commitments. So I would like to conclude that Europe is probably left behind, has been left behind to compete with American companies. However, Europe expects to win the fight of the industrial data, which is our future potential challenge, and we believe we have a single opportunity to enter this digital stage that is focused on the data generated from all the different industrial sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we hope Uruguay can be your partner in that project. So going back to Montevideo, Movistar came here, arrived here in 1991. In 95, it was taken over by Telefónica. So you can tell us a little bit about your investment plan and why investing in Uruguay, and specifically the digital transformation. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you to the Eurochamber for letting us being here and exchange all these ideas. And as you were saying, Eduardo, Movistar, through the Telefónica group, arrived in Uruguay in 2005 when the group bought Bell South in Uruguay. Movicom Bell South actually started cellular technology or mobile technology in Uruguay. And at that time, the market was experiencing a process of opening and expansion, and the URSEC was created in 2001. We had been in the bidding in 2002, 2004. So there was the intention of creating a more competitive space for telecommunications. So, of course, apart from the soundness, the macroeconomic soundness and logistics soundness of the country, I believe in Uruguay, the context is fertile for investors to come into the country. Uruguay is leading the ranking of full democracy, and the index of corruption perception is very, very good. It's one of the countries that is rated in Latin America or after the United States and Canada. And on the other hand, we should also remember that Uruguay has provisions to incentivize investment from the tax point of view. So foreign investors and local investors are treated equally. And specifically in our case, we also have a treaty that protects and promotes investments with Spain from 1994. So all that contributes to a framework that provides institutionality and political stability and the stability of economic rules and rules of the game, actually. So the political system is a great factor to attract all these investments. So in sum, these are the attributes that that convinced the Telefónica group, that's a world leader, to invest and to bet for Uruguay. So the group, ever since 2005, has invested more than $600 million, whether in the country, and whether directly or indirectly, it hires a lot of Uruguayans. And these are all elements that are very attractive to investors. And going to your second question, which has to do with how we're going through this digital transformation and the acceleration of digitization, well, I would like to mention what you said at the beginning, Eduardo. The pandemic has definitely accelerated all the digital transformation in our region, and our lives have transformed from the physical world into the digital world in a very short time. We have experienced a stage in our life where we have a lot of people working online, a lot of students, or most of the students studying online. We have platforms and programs and technological tools that are used by all these people, by all of us. So when the physical world had to close its doors, well, connectivity was the element that actually kept us working and living. Whatever was happening on the network was actually life itself. Our lives were, during all these months, were just on the networks and the media. This, of course, has changed the behavior of consumers, of citizens. E-commerce has boosted. And it's true that maybe when all this is over, there might be a fall or a change of some of the habits, but some others are here to stay. So I believe we have digitized more in 5 months of the pandemic than ever before. So this has proved the importance of networks, of connectivity, which have become the backbone of the economy and society. The strength of networks, the media, and the digital environment has let us be here. So as he was saying, crises are also a time for improvement, and they provide great opportunities to do things in a faster way. The pandemic will probably be very good as a way to trigger all the changes. And because now all these processes are urgent and necessary, it has been a real springboard for digitization. So in that respect, I believe Uruguay is actually one of the leaders in terms of digital development, according to the index of electronic government development made by the United Nations. And Uruguay is ranked in 85. So out of the total number of countries in the world, Uruguay is number 26. So Uruguay is already an expert in ICT, in DCIs, and I think Uruguay was in a very good position to face this crisis. And we had been working on a sort of digital culture without even knowing about it. So it was much easier for the country to face the pandemic. Although the country is well positioned and is a leader in terms of digitization, it's also true that the pandemic has evidenced that there's a lot to work on. The public sector, many areas had a really fast response. Some others were very hard. The judicial power, they had to close their doors because they were not prepared to keep working online. So some of the things that were already being implemented or developing, such as telemedicine, for example, will have a new push. And also in terms of education, although it is true that the familiarity that students and teachers had with technology was there, all the digital world actually enabled all the educational system to continue working. So those educational centers of vulnerable context are definitely the ones that had the biggest impact because they couldn't have the virtual support. And well, I believe the pandemic has forced us to rethink about all these topics, and they will probably have a new push. The pandemic has also triggered one of the biggest economic crises and largest economic crisis in the world. Tough times are coming up, and probably the recovery of our societies and our economies will be the biggest challenge after the Second World War, right? Latin America has been strongly impacted, and digitization has, in a way, avoided or actually helped us to survive and not to stop all our activities. And in a way, it has strengthened difficulties and inequalities, because now we are seeing how important it is that everybody has access to the digital society and that the gap needs to be closed. And in this respect, Telefónica would like to be an ally and an agent here to help reduce this gap. and there's a new dialogue between the government and civil society to improve this situation and to recover the economy and the society itself with a digital impact that, well, can have a, so we can all have a transition to a new model that it's based on sustainability and inclusion, and we can reach all the population and everybody can benefit from the changes in terms of digitization, so everybody can have access to technology and to improve opportunities. This digital deal has 5 pillars. First of all, the first thing we believe we should do is to push up the digitization to reach social inclusion, to have digital economy that is sustainable. And this, of course, includes the strong support of and a strong effort first from the public administration, so everything can be digitized. Courts still have paper files, and they're still doing it today. And also small and medium-sized companies, something that Walter also mentioned, it's vital to take digitization to those companies, because 2 out of 3 companies, 2 out of 3 jobs belong to small and medium-sized companies. So the success of the recovery will be determined by the capacity of these companies to readapt and offer their services in a digital market. So we have to support everything that's digital, the use of big data, electronic payments, because these are key sectors that we need to support. Another key element that will let us recover is investing in education and digital competencies. Online learning has not been available to everyone due to a lack of devices or connectivity or different reasons. Telefonica has been working on this for a long time through different programs and promoting digital competencies, but I think we should rethink about the strategy based on adapting the strategies to the market. I believe there's a lot to be done. Some things are disappearing. By the year 2030, or the occupations that will exist by 2030, 85% of them have not even been invented. So we have to promote providing digital competencies to all the population so they can invest in education and they can face this new future that we will have. Another topic or pillar is to build inclusive connectivity that is sustainable. In a way, we believe this is urgent, closing the gap of digitization so everybody can have access is vital. We need to connect those that are still not connected. And of course, we need networks, 5G networks, we need fiber. We have seen in some places that as a pragmatic and transitory solution, they have asked providers to lower the quality of what they are doing so that the networks can support that. But this is, of course, a short-term solution. We have to improve all the digital infrastructure so we can close the gap. And we can also close the gap between urban and rural areas. So it's essential in our industry to modify some things. We have some of the highest costs in some areas, and we need to rethink about this. We need to improve the spectrum, we need to accelerate deployment so they can benefit all the society. Also expand the life cycle of licenses, because the spectrum is sometimes in some countries it's at no cost, such as in France, for example. So they all improve the capacity of the operators. And we also need agreements and deals as an opportunity to provide more efficient deployments of networks. And to finish, another topic that we have, or that we need to pay attention to, is fair competence. So we have to update regulatory frameworks, taxation frameworks, competency frameworks, and regulations, because they have to adapt to take into account the new digital competitors. We need to have the same rules for physical and digital services, if it's the same service we're talking about. And finally, I believe we need to do all this by improving the reliability on technology and the use of digital services. And we need to do this necessarily by the ethical and responsible use of technology. Telefónica has been working on this in a sort of charter of digital rights that can protect the privacy and fundamental rights of people. So in Europe, let's say, it's some kind of the crib of humanistic values. I think they're working on this too. So to end, what Telefónica is betting on right now is to contribute, talking about this and all the tasks that we need to face together with public and private stakeholders to build this digital society, this is what the digital deal is about, so that people and societies can benefit from all the changes brought about by digitization, so nobody's left behind. So that would be our invitation to keep working on this debate, to keep bringing up topics that can improve and provide elements for the recovery of our economies in our societies, if we want to have this recovery that is equal for everybody.
Thank you. And clearly the issue of connectivity has been present in all presentations. Nokia is one of the main suppliers of connectivity. Gabriel, would you like to tell us what the perspective is in Uruguay and how you see this in Uruguay? Okay. First of all, thank you very much for the Chamber of Commerce, the Eurochamber, and the European Union. For Nokia, it's a pleasure to be here, to contributing with our approach and our long tradition. When you mentioned the issue of values, Leticia, at Nokia, we are very proud of being considered one of the most ethical companies in the world. And we have an essential concern on ethics, not only in terms of behavior, but also with respect to the political actions that we promote and how we develop it. And this is very much aligned with the general approach of this forum. Simply to mention the experience of a European company in our telecommunications sector, we need consolidation. Nokia has been nourished by other European companies along these 30 years of presence in Uruguay, such as Alcatel, also the telecommunication areas of Ceres, and we have incorporated human resources, know-how, ideas, styles, and technological vision from those companies. Currently, we consider that we have a relevant leadership in the Uruguayan market that has been the result of the investment perspective Nokia has had in Uruguay in terms of investing in human resources and training, in assembling labs, and something that we understand as a support to technology in the countries, which is to contribute with ideas, but then to implement concept tests. One concept test was the one that was carried out in last April, launching the first radio bases, 5G radio bases in Latin America, which was an investment mainly by Nokia, but to show that it was possible with national technicians, with technology that was in place, and that which could be actually permeated in the productivity of the country, for example, at the level of ports or also for beach resorts, for example. So in all our activity, we have always worked with the technological society, such as Movistar, one of the operators, and also with several companies with whom we share other projects. The experience and to understand a little bit why we see an interesting future associated to the collaboration between the EU and Uruguay, I would like to remind that in 1999 with Alcatel, we were one of the first countries in Latin America to implement wide length frequency. We dial through a modem. Young people probably won't remember or won't know that. Then we became one of the first countries to implement a 3G network, but then in 2011 we were the first LTE to implement an LTE network and 4G. And as I mentioned before, in April last year, we started with the first steps of the 5G network. So what this sequence of being the first have to do? It's relevant not because of our participation, but because of the spirit of the country and a state policy along this last 30 years. Uruguay wants to be a leader in terms of telecommunication, and it wants to be an early adopter. But why? Just to appear on the front page of the magazine? No. Because the reason is that Uruguay has the conviction, believes that being the first in adapting a technology gives an advantage in terms of competitiveness and of efficiency, of production, of the industry, of the operation of services. It provides to the educational centers, to the national labs, to the producers. It gives them an advantage in comparison to the rest, and it will help them in the immersion of what is to come. So the second is something that is very much immersed in the spirit of the country, which is the fact that telecommunications democratize. And in the same way as the arrival of Movistar provided a service which was not provided, that for a period of time it was limited to an elite, but after a year and a half it started permeating the different levels of the society. So in the same way, all of the following generations of telecommunication networks have enabled to permeate deeper and deeper into the national territory and in the different sectors. So the future perspectives that we see in Uruguay is really encouraging because it's in the DNA of the country. Telecommunications are a key element, an essential element to provide elements to our small and medium-sized companies of all the different sectors, and also to democratize. And I support what Leticia just said, that one of the dimensions in which this pandemic has actually found us in a better position is in that digital literacy that the country is actually placed. Now, let's look at the future. What is coming? What is going to come? The pandemic has shown that it's very significant to have connectivity and quality connectivity, but with growing demanding characteristics, and also efficient and affordable, so that people can do home office from their homes or from their houses at the beach. So we believe, we are sure, because we have seen that actually put into practice, because the administration is actually taking some steps so that the 5G with the spectrum allotment with clear rules, so that the competition is fair. I mean, the administration is actually taking measures on this aspect and thinking on how to generate a framework so that in 2021 we can have a quantum leap in terms of the quality of telecommunications, and with a productivity that can actually reach all the levels. In the second part of my participation, I will go deeper into the 5G issue, but I would like to summarize this as a state policy that is being very fruitful, and we can actually double the bet, because it will benefit the exporting sector, the service sector, and education as well.
Thank you, Gabriel. So we're going to have a second round of questions. Please be brief so we can stay within our agenda. So, Deputy Minister Barry, if you would think about this COVID-19 period where economic activity has had an impact, but a specific situation or scenario that has been the e-commerce, what is the position of Uruguay on e-commerce negotiations that are taking place at the World Trade Organization? Well, it's a good question. I'm very glad to hear them as leaders of global companies talking about the strengths of Uruguay as a country and how we have been able to face the pandemic and what we can keep or still do. But I think we're doing fine. And we're moving in the right direction. But all that has been possible because sometimes we do not value ourselves what we have developed. No doubt, none of the achievements we have could have been possible without this. Back in 2017, when all these negotiations started, there were like 70-something member countries where the World Trade Organization started to lead studies on e-commerce, and then in January 2019, nobody was thinking that we would have a world pandemic. But where countries such as Uruguay, where we see very little at the global scale, we had the strengths so that our companies could react fast, because maybe they didn't need to do e-commerce back then, But Uruguay had the capacities to be able to do it. So the first thing we have to do is the importance that we give to e-commerce. So we have always given e-commerce ever since we started with the European Commission and with the World Trade Organization, and the importance that we give to it today. Of course, Uruguay has a country position in that respect, and I will simply mention some of the things that I think are important. First, this started back in 2017. It was an initiative that was denominated Joint Initiative on E-commerce, whose objectives was to define clear rules to facilitate consumers and companies of e-commerce. The participating members have seen advances in this respect and in this exchange that we've had, and we have moved forward, and we have agreed on some aspects that are very important. No paper commerce, electronic invoicing, electronic payments, protection of personal information, cybersecurity, commercial identity, cooperation in financial information, and electronic signature, among other topics. These are basically the most important ones. And our government, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, has moved forward in this respect. The principles, which I believe are important and are the core of the question that you were asking, is that Uruguay, in these negotiations, the basic principles are non-discrimination, transparency and cooperation, security of information, and protection of personal information. In general terms, and within the negotiations, we know that the European Union agrees with our vision on the security of information and the protection of personal data. We have an agreement in terms of the importance and benefits of what is happening to make it reliable. And both Uruguay and the European Union, we agree that within this framework of the World Trade Organization, both parties have agreed on the importance of e-commerce at the world level, reaffirming the opportunities that this creates, as well in small and medium-sized companies, and recognizing the importance of the electronic commerce and what the World Trade Organization is doing to promote an environment that is good for electronic commerce. So the function of the OMC is vital to make this a reliable system. So, just to go with the schedule, Uruguay is supporting the negotiations, and of course it's giving its support to it, and also the strengths that our country has built in terms of the digital government and the facilitation of information technologies. The experience that we have developed in this pandemic has really put us on the line and tested us. And I would like to repeat what I said at the beginning. Many times, we ourselves minimized the capacities that we had, and when we had to use them, we realized that we had already developed them. And one of them is e-commerce. The fact that the World Trade Organization is leading this negotiation is vital, is essential for us, because this requires reliability, and this is obtained through agreements. So we embrace this, and probably all countries of the world have to put the emphasis on this so we can get a faster solution. Very good.
Okay, so going back to Brussels, Garcia Bermudez, and building on the former comments, we can see that e-commerce brings many advantages, but also challenges related to competitiveness, cybersecurity, access symmetries. So what is the approach of the European Union in this respect? Thank you. In my first intervention, I wanted to contribute with the activity that we are currently developing in the European Union in terms of digital commerce. In this second participation, I would like to contribute and explain how we are approaching commercial negotiations from the European Union regarding digital issues and e-commerce. The Undersecretary, Mr. Very, has given me a good transition because he mentioned something that I will mention in a while ago. In the working plan of the World Trade Organization, they mentioned e-commerce as the production, distribution, commercialization, sales and supply of goods and services electronically. So we interpret this electronic commerce or e-commerce as a synonym. The EU, for a long time, for about 3 years, it has included in its bilateral agreements a chapter specifically dedicated to e-commerce. In the past, in our bilateral or free trade agreements, included a series of regulations on e-commerce, but given the importance that this issue has actually gained, these provisions have actually been expanded, and now they form part of a separate chapter as a group of regulations that are very important, that of course are also included in the bilateral agreement of Mercosur and the European Union. There is a chapter on e-commerce, and we give it a lot of importance because some member states of the Mercosur mentioned the difficulties they had taking into account that their legislations in terms of this matter were still being built, and in spite of that they made an effort to integrate and accept these provisions on e-commerce that were in the end form part of this bilateral agreement. So as I was mentioning, for some time we've been including this group of regulations. No escucho nada. Se detuvo. And they reach any environment, not only the trade of goods and services, but all the environments of the commercial bilateral relation. These are all affected by the e-commerce provisions. The objectives that we have in this chapter on e-commerce are basically three. The first is to eliminate unjustifiable obstacles, and several provisions that aim at solving some of these obstacles. For example, to eliminate custom tariffs and also the waiver for all the transactions between the European Union and Mercosur. Can you hear me well? Yes, okay, the video was stopped for a while, but okay. I was saying that the elimination of these tariff duties, also another idea is another regulation where there shouldn't be prior authorizations for the provision of services if they're done electronically, also provisions regarding the flow of information. And another objective of this chapter is to provide legal ideas, and this can be done electronically, or the electronic authentication of the services such as e-trust, or the prohibition of disclosing compulsory this information. So, and the third objective will be to guarantee an online environment which is secure and reliable for consumers. And this can be through the control of the spams. So, as these are the objectives in the e-commerce chapter, and we also, this is a chapter that has evolved during the past years and it has been shown in different bilateral agreements which date long ago, such as the ones with Korea, and so and it has evolved in a more modern way, for example, as the one with Japan and Mercosur, and also with Mexico, Australia and New Zealand. The last ones are currently being negotiated. Some of the speakers of the panel also already mentioned the importance of the flow of information and how this affects the costs of the companies. And from the point of view of commercial relations, there are two objectives. On the one hand, we want to avoid protectionist barriers in the flow of information. So, not to have artificial barriers to these flow of information that can generate additional cost for companies. On the other hand, we have the objective of protecting personal data and privacy, and these two objectives have to be combined correctly. So what is the objective of the EU in this respect? We have a general rule in our bilateral rules in the FTAs, which is a list, a comprehensive list of restrictions that are prohibited. The most important of those restrictions is the localization in the storage of data. This is prohibited as a general rule in all our agreements. And then we have an exception which attempts to solve the issues of legitimacy, privacy, and to maintain the safeguards which are necessary to guarantee the protection of personal data and privacy. So this is the traditional approach of the EU, and this counteracts with the ones of other countries, such as the one in the United States, or the approach that we see, for example, the CTP, the one in Asia, of the Asian countries, which is different because in those agreements the way to solve these privacy issues is different, and there are several general rules. One has to do with allowing in a non-restrictive way the flow of information, and to prohibit the localization of information, but submitted to an exception for legitimate objectives of public policy. So as you see, it's more general than the one we adopted in the European Union, which is focused on the protection of personal data. So if we compare the both approaches, we see that in the EU we have a concern centered on privacy, which is a fundamental right of the EU that we consider are non-negotiable in commercial agreements under no exceptions. And so we make sure this is clear in the agreements. And then I would like to briefly refer to what the Undersecretary mentioned, which is the commercial relations in the WTO on e-commerce. They started, as he mentioned, with a joint declaration in 2017 in the ministerial conference of the WTO in Buenos Aires, and they started in 2019 in Davos, the negotiations, and currently there are about 86 countries, including the United States, China, Brazil, Russia, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, Kenya, a variety of countries, and the EU. This is an open decision to all the members of the WTO and with a flexible framework. I would like only to point out that for us is an essential element of commercial policy in respect to the treatment of e-commerce. Today we are focusing on the European Union. We are focusing on this, and the EU is presenting a wide position and ambition in terms of protecting the rights of consumers, the flow of information, the source, etc., the ones I mentioned. And we would like to highlight with satisfaction that there is an active participation in this past weeks of the members of the WTO, and these negotiations are really being accelerated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And clearly, we've talked about data, privacy, innovation. So, Leticia, what's your point of view on the balance between taking care of the privacy of data and, at the same time, the potential to generate innovation? Well, I believe that, no doubt, we need to find that balance. Protection of personal data and technological innovation are not only compatible, but actually protecting personal data should be or should operate as an ally to technological innovation, because that's what's guaranteeing the reliability of the innovative product. We all know today, and you said it at the beginning, that data is the fuel of our times, is the intangible asset that it's most valuable. And we are all experiencing a constant monetization of data. But I believe that data protection and innovation have always existed together, and that will always exist, because that is what guarantees the balance. And I believe that kind of tension is even necessary, because many times innovation operates as a trigger or something that makes us question things to the evolution of data. And the protection of personal data also generates reliability in the product. So we have to avoid positions that are not supporting that balance. We cannot defend technological innovation, assuming that data protection is a sort of protectionist barrier or something like that, avoiding innovation. But we cannot go to the other side and be very fundamentalist about data, because it's a fundamental right, but it's not an absolute right. So the question should be actually, what are those keys? What are the key elements to reach that balance and that equilibrium between data protection and technological innovation? And I would like to reinforce what Andres was saying from Brussels. One of the main pillars is clear rules. Today, technological innovation is moving really fast, and law and jurisprudence and provisions on the matter are a little delayed. So the same thing that happened with the environmental law, for example, that came up as a response to protect society from certain contaminating agents, the mission of the right of data protection is to protect citizens from those agents or stakeholders that are not using data correctly. So we need to have legislation that can resist this advances of technology, so that technology can be flexible and open to debate, but always taking into account that the very reason behind everything is to bet on reliability. There are some regulatory frameworks that are very weak in this respect. I was reading the other day that China is debating on the regulatory framework to officially approve protection framework, a data protection framework, and most of the experts believe that it's necessary to have regulations on data protection. Of course, there are different approaches, but at the world level, we have a position from the United States or the United Kingdom that maybe is closer to letting things be, facilitating products going into the market. And European technologies, without waiting for the regulations to be in place, is maybe positioned as a model to follow in terms of data protection and consumer protection. So if you can close that part. I just would like to point out the European regulations on data protections, because they've been working on the evaluation of the impact of personal data and studying the risk, seeing how to mitigate it, analyzing data protection from the innovative product of the business to things that have been introduced in our legislation here in Uruguay. And to finish, as you're asking me, I would say that the other two key concepts have to do with the ethics of companies. You know, do it right when nobody's looking at you. And the other thing is the digital footprint. Everything that we do generates data. So the ethics of companies in treating that data. And finally, I would also like to mention education. We have to empower consumers so that they can know and determine and manipulate what data they want to be treated and what not. And that has to do with the education of consumers and citizens in general. Always thinking that the concept is to have digital reliability, to trust on the digital world.
Thank you. Okay, so the last participation and then the last question. Gabriel, you mentioned primarily the 5G issue. What is the perspective of Nokia in this respect and the impact in Uruguay? With 5G, we have a big opportunity because there is something that changes with respect to what has been going on in the telecommunication industry. the former mobile technologies aimed at providing service to the end user or to the company, the development of the business. The idea, the 5G idea, is to integrate the entire activity, the entire life, the domestic life, the entire productive or service life. And this has to do with issues such as the pandemic, when actually this started in March. The people were allowed to work presentially, those who could not work, do teleworking. But let's think about 5G. This enables us, because of the speed, the connectivity for the Internet of the Things, this enables to enter the industrial world, the service world, and now a factory can be operated by robots or assembling divisions that communicate among each other, and these are monitored from the home of a technician or a financial advisor through videos with total control and efficiency, and also with security for the person. So it gives more security for the time the pandemic lasts and for potential pandemics. Let's hope we can avoid them. But in second instance, as Walter mentioned, this is something that is not a way backwards. This will allow us to become more efficient, more affordable, reduce costs, and a balance between personal and working life. I had other things to say, but let's be brief. Also think about this. 5G will also enable, with that fast speed, good quality, video quality, and no delay. Think about the possibilities of a craftsman or a designer of mechanical pieces or of electronic parts in an environment that is not close to a relevant company or to a city. So remotely, this person will be able to transmit the experience, show how the product works, have it tested remotely. 5G will permit a virtual presence, which is the best tool to promote trade, services, and provide more flexibility and to make better use of the time and the costs and efficiency. So this is the opportunity that we have, and for that we encourage this innovation spirit that the country has, and that the government takes the steps necessary, as it is doing, to do so. And also with our colleagues and clients, and also with the education institutions that actually provide us with ideas.
So thank you very much. We would like to close the panel. It's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. So thank you very much to all the panelists. I would like to take a few seconds to remind you that you can follow us on the social media from El País and from the project InsPYraME EU. So I suggest that you speakers can take a picture so we could have a record of this. And let's see. Okay, that's the picture. Yes, please stand up and wear your face masks. Thank you very much. So while the next speakers are taking their places, we're going to share some videos from our sponsors, and we'll be back in a few minutes to the fourth and last panel of this third forum of European investment in
Nuestro
Uruguay.
propósito en BBVA es poner al alcance de todos las oportunidades de esta nueva era. Miramos el futuro como un futuro sostenible, un futuro con mayúsculas. Y para construir ese futuro y cumplir nuestro propósito, hemos determinado 6 pilares estratégicos. Uno de estos pilares es apoyar a nuestros clientes en la transición hacia un futuro sostenible, con foco en el cambio climático y en el desarrollo social inclusivo. Los bancos somos un agente fundamental y debemos ayudar con soluciones de financiación y asesoría para que nuestros clientes y la sociedad toda tengan un mejor futuro en este mundo en proceso constante de cambios disruptivos. Hoy es un día especial para nosotros, muy especial, ya que anunciamos un nuevo producto alineado con nuestro propósito, un préstamo automotor destinado a quienes busquen contribuir a un consumo más responsable a través de la compra de vehículos eléctricos. El diferencial frente a un préstamo automotor tradicional estará marcado por un mayor plazo de financiación y una menor tasa. El objetivo de este nuevo lanzamiento es seguir siendo un referente mundial en banca sostenible, responsable y con valores. Para BBVA, este tipo de créditos son una pieza más en la búsqueda de un futuro sostenible, fomentando un consumo y una producción más responsable. Te invitamos a construir juntos el futuro sostenible, el futuro con mayúsculas.
Down into an open grave. Is there another way? Is there another way? And the rain pours heavy on the waiting stone. Come and beat again, I'll breathe again. Whoa. Rise up from the dark, I see a light ahead. Away for us, away for us. Oh. Rise up from the grave, hear the light call. Away for us, away for us. Oh. No help from hell can keep us down. We rise up from the dark, I see a light ahead. Away for us, away for us. Oh. Rise up from the grave, hear the light call. Away for us, away for us. Oh.
Un acuerdo, 2 bloques, más comercio. ¿Qué puede hacer tu empresa para lograr exportar a Europa?
¿Conocés las oportunidades del Acuerdo Unión Europea-Mercosur para tu empresa?
InsPYraME UE es un programa de información y capacitación para que las MIPYMES uruguayas puedan aprovechar al máximo las oportunidades del Acuerdo Unión Europea y Mercosur. Al mismo tiempo, contribuye a la creación de empleo y a la mejora en la competitividad de empresas con perspectiva de género, facilitando el empoderamiento de las mujeres y jóvenes. InsPYraME UE está dirigido a MIPYMES de todo el país, con énfasis en las lideradas por mujeres y jóvenes. MIPYMES de sectores de actividad, claves o sensibles en cuanto a las nuevas reglas de cooperación que establece el Acuerdo Unión Europea-Mercosur. El programa tendrá una duración de 30 meses. Talleres de capacitación en todo el país, asistencia técnica, foros nacionales de inversión. A lo largo del proyecto se desarrollarán 10 talleres por parte de la Cámara de Comercio y 18 de la Eurocamara. Se llevarán a cabo 2 foros en el país con la participación de expertos del exterior y de las empresas. Financian Unión Europea con aportes de la Cámara de Comercio y Servicios del Uruguay y la Eurocamara Uruguay. Conoce nuevas oportunidades para tu negocio. InsPYraME UE, conectando mercados, personas y culturas.
¿Por qué Uruguay? Por su estabilidad política, económica y social. Porque tiene una democracia consolidada, una fuerte seguridad jurídica y respeto por las reglas de juego. Porque lleva más de una década de sólido crecimiento y ofrece importantes incentivos a la inversión extranjera y nacional. Por ser un país con grado inversor. Es fácil hacer negocios en Uruguay. Por su ubicación privilegiada como puerta de entrada a la región, un mercado de más de 400 millones de habitantes. Porque es un socio estratégico para concentrar y distribuir mercaderías. Por su infraestructura logística y tecnológica líder en el continente. Uruguay es el país latinoamericano con mayor penetración de Internet y velocidad de descarga. Por su modelo de desarrollo con equidad, su capital humano competitivo, de alta formación técnica y universitaria. Uruguay sorprende al mundo por sus logros y capacidad innovadora. ¿Más razones para elegir a Uruguay? Porque cuida la vida, la energía y el origen de sus alimentos. Porque es calidad de vida. Uruguay, país para invertir, trabajar y vivir.
Okay. So please take a seat and let's start with the next panel on green economy. In the meantime, I would like to remind you then that you can make your questions in the web chat of the channel of El País, and so you can also follow the event there. And this is the last panel of the forum. It's the fourth panel of this forum, and so please let's welcome Manuel Albaladejo. He's a representative of the UN Industrial Development Organization, and he will be the moderator. We will have the presence of Gerardo Amareja, the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Environment, Remo Monseglio, the Undersecretary of Tourism. From abroad, we have 3 speakers. Connected from Argentina, Paula Berkovich is the Manager of Communication of Public Services of Veolia. From Chile, Simón Tripepi, Director of Enel for South America. And from Brussels, Astrid Schumacher, who is the Director of the DG Environment in the European Commission. So please, let's start with the presentation of the speakers. And Manuel will lead the panel. So thank you very much. And before starting, we have to thank the organization of the European Union, the Chamber of Services of Uruguay, and the Eurocamara. We will talk about green economy. We see that some people say that if the future is not green, there won't be a future. And we have to see how the transition is going to take place in terms of business and commerce. Before starting, I would like to give an overview of what the situation is internationally and also to make some comments about what is happening in Uruguay. But I guess the speakers will actually speak a little bit about that. I think that a reference element in terms of the economic recovery has to do with the Green Deal that was approved in 2019, and we are saying that of the 750,000 million euros, 1/3 of this will go to the objectives of the green recovery. If you see, this Green Deal has very interesting elements, not only for the member states, but also for many other partner members of Europe in terms of e-mobility and components such as from the farm to the table. So the entire deal is regarding sustainable consumption. So there is a framework which indicates that the post-COVID economic recovery will have to be around the sustainable environment and the generation of employment. I don't know if you saw yesterday that the UK launched the Green Industrial Revolution plan, and it deals with e-mobility, with the capture of carbon, and so also Spain has a green investment plan that is also aimed towards this objective. Uruguay, since I've known it, has a vocation, natural vocation. In the years I've been here, I've been aware of this transformation in terms of renewable energies, but I'm also aware of this second energetic transition that the country is going through in order to decarbonize some sectors of the industry. We're talking about e-mobility, also about storage and green hydrogen. The country is also aiming at circular economy with its national plan on value added, executed by 3 ministers in terms of waste residues, and it supporting companies towards this transition to good practices, and also this project that the Ministry of Industry is carrying out also. Chile and Uruguay are the main producers of this kind of waste, which can actually have a lot of value. So the ministry, the creation of the Ministry of Environment is a clear view of how Uruguay is looking at this topic. And I would like to mention that yesterday there was a law passed that actually deals with the B system, the B companies, and it gives a legal framework to continue working towards this transition towards green economy. So we have an international context that has this objective. There is a country that is being aligned in terms of all the issues. So company initiatives are very important. So I would like to thank the speakers today, and also from other parts of the world, Gerardo Amarilla, Remo Monseglio, Andres Dixon from Veolia, Astrid Schumacher, the director of the DG Environment, Simone Tripepi, and Paula Berkovic. And without taking long, I would like to ask Schumacher. First, I'm going to make the question in Spanish. Of course, the collaboration on environmental issues between the EU and Uruguay is long-standing. Today, there is a lot of talk about the European Green Deal that impacts various policies. What exactly is the European Green Deal, and what are its implications for Uruguay? And what is the link between the importance of environmental issues and the AA between EU and the Mercosur?
Hi. Nice to meet you remotely. I'm just going to raise the question to you straight in English. Can you please let us know more about the European Green Deal and what it means for member states in Europe and also for Uruguay? And what is the link that you see between the Green Deal and the debate between EU and Uruguay regarding trade agreements? Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel, and I hope you can hear me better than I can hear you. But until you interrupt me, I assume this is the case. So, dear Vice Minister Amarilla, dear Vice Minister Monseglio, dear co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen, and dear organizers, thank you very much for giving me the possibility to participate remotely in this discussion. I would have preferred to be sitting amongst you, but it is what it is. So, welcome to my living room here in Brussels. Me gustaría empezar disculpándome por no dar este discurso en español, pero creo que es obvio de estas pocas palabras que sería bastante difícil entender lo que estoy tratando de decir. So I will have to do it in English. I apologize for that. So let me then go straight into the subject. I have a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if you want to show it, but I can also speak without. Exactly. So you see the European Green Deal on screen now. I want, however, before I come to the Green Deal, I would like to start just by congratulating Uruguay on this major achievement of creating a new ministry. Anybody working in administration knows that this is a difficult endeavor, so we are very excited to see the new Environment Ministry being created, and we think it is actually a sign of like-mindedness and showing us that Uruguay and the EU see climate change and environment degradation as major challenges for our well-being and certainly also for our future. So we are very encouraged by this new ministry. We follow closely what is happening in Uruguay. So we are, of course, then also encouraged and impressed to see how you're advancing in the transformation of your energy system to renewables. You've worked on electric mobility. And the European Green Deal that I will present you will correspond to these similar ambitions and tries to do this in a very systemic manner. And I think by doing so offers us a vast amount of further opportunities to cooperate on advances that we have already made and also on challenges that we still face and that you still face, for example, in waste management, to just give one issue. And we have projects like Eurocamara, which I hope will allow us to work together on these issues and advance jointly. Now, of course, I have to say we're having this discussion in the middle of November. And the reason that I'm sitting in Brussels and not amongst you is, of course, that at least here in Europe, please stay on the first slide, that at least still here in Europe, we are still in the middle of the COVID pandemic. And the first question that therefore arises and that we are facing all the time is this now the right moment, this moment of crisis, to embark on a new policy and on a very ambitious policy that really sets out to overhaul our entire economic system? Isn't it just adding, another challenge to the big challenge we're already facing? And our answer is actually, it is exactly the right moment, and it is probably the best moment, and there's also no choice that we have. If anything, we believe the COVID crisis has demonstrated the fragility of our current economic system, and it has also left our economies and our societies and the individuals, our people, more fragile than ever before. So what we need to build, we see in the first place, is we need to rebuild, build back better, as the UN Secretary General would say, but rebuild in a way that simultaneously we become more resilient. Because if COVID-19 is a crisis that we couldn't escape, certainly climate change and biodiversity loss are crises which we cannot escape either. And there are also crises that I think we learn now very quickly that we can only face if we stand together and take joint and coordinated action. And that is why it is important for us to reach out, and why it is such a pleasure to be with you to discuss the European Green Deal. Now, as the slide, hopefully, I'm still on the same slide, sorry. As this first slide hopefully shows quite clearly, the European Green Deal is a comprehensive policy that tries not just to do a bit on climate here and a bit on biodiversity there, but that really tries to address what we call the defining challenge of our time. So again, climate change, biodiversity loss, unsustainable exploitation of resources, pollution, in a systemic manner. And if I say in a systemic manner, I mean in a way that we do not just address the symptoms of the crisis, but we try to address the drivers. And this is why within this European Green Deal, you see policies on climate and on biodiversity and on circular economy, which I will introduce to you in a moment. But you see also a whole range of policies that will support this green transition. So a different mobility policy, a different way of housing, to do our housing, a renovation way, for example, different way of doing our agriculture. All of this with the ambition to shift to what we call a regenerative economy, where we actually give back to the planet more than we take. And all of this done in a way, and you see this also on the screen at the bottom, that we actually leave no one behind, so that we work towards a just transition and help those that may not be well placed to easily do the change over to a different way of managing our economies, and support them. So vocational training, finding different ways of work, whatever it is. So it must be a just transition. It needs to be a socially supported transition. And of course, we are in an investment forum, so I will say right now, it is of course a transition that also requires investment and offers vast new investment opportunities in new, resilient, future-proof industries. That, in the case of the European Union, is now being supported by an instrument called Next Generation EU. You see that at the bottom. And that is, together with our budget, the 1.8 trillion euros that we will mobilize in order to finance our way out of the COVID crisis. With our green investments, out of these 1.8 trillion euros, we have said 30% have to be spent on environment and climate objectives. So important investment opportunities in green industries. Also important to say this will only succeed, and I say it again, if we reach out to others, if the world embarks on a green transition, And it will only succeed if we have political leadership and have an all-of-government approach. This is why it is important for us not to look at these policies in isolation, but to look at the European Green Deal as a whole. And now I do come to my next slide, please. So the first component, and really the first and big ambition of the European Green Deal, is to make Europe a climate neutral continent, the first climate neutral continent by 2050. So no net greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. So it's always easy for politicians, of course, to come up with long-term plans for 2050. And then, by the time 2050 comes, nobody who is in power today will be in power then. So it is important that we do more than just have a long-term objective, but that we break it down and say what we already want to achieve more short-term. And that is what we have done very recently by putting forward a new, what we call a climate target plan, looking at where we want to be in 2030. And we had so far said, well, 2030, if we cut our greenhouse gases by 40%, this is going to be pretty good. But science tells us, the IPCC tells us that it will be perhaps pretty good, but unfortunately not good enough. And that is why we have now proposed to our member states that we have to actually be more ambitious than we are already and go to 55% greenhouse gas reductions by 2030. Now, this is an enormous ambition and an enormous endeavor. I think I don't have to explain that to you. That is why we did a very extensive process of not just public consultation, but also really of scientific analysis of what we call an impact assessment to reassure ourselves that this can be done in a way that we're not destroying our economy, but on the contrary, we think we can do it in a way that we support economic growth, that we create new jobs and new opportunities. We have also, because it is such a massive transition, and because it is not something that governments should just impose and then the rest of the population somehow follows, we have engaged and launched something we call the European Climate Pact. Like we're about to launch it. And this is really an effort to bring together initiatives from stakeholders, be it private citizens, be it companies, be it local governments, bringing together all these initiatives and see what we can do jointly to also engage citizens in this transition to becoming climate neutral and to fostering behavior change, etc. So this is our most important objective, I would say, this climate neutrality by 2050. And by achieving climate neutrality by 2050, of course, we are not just becoming climate neutral, we are taking out a major exacerbating factor that has led us to the biodiversity crisis which we're now facing. If I can take the next slide and look at some other ambitions and parts of the European Green Deal. The circular economy, and I will talk more about it a bit later, but the circular economy really is crucial. Why is that? Because the International Resource Panel has told us in a convincing manner that 90% of water stress and of biodiversity loss and about 50% of climate change are linked to our production methods. So that also includes, of course, our agricultural production methods, but it really is linked to the way we organize our economies. And therefore, by coming to a different economic model that doesn't waste anything, has the potential to have a major positive impact, both in terms of mitigating climate change, but also in terms of curbing biodiversity loss. And our Circular Economy Action Plan is already our second one. It puts sustainable products at its center. That's what we want to have on our market. It focuses on the role of consumers, on certain product value chains that are of interest. It looks at what people, regions, and cities can contribute. And next slide, please. It has an important international dimension. And that I just want to mention here and now. It has international dimension. International dimension means we want to reach out to you and work with you on this. So there is a global alliance on circular economy and resource efficiency, which we hope to be launching very soon at the beginning of next year. We would be happy if Uruguay wanted to become a member of that. We will be pushing forward the work on the global agreement on plastics. I think all of us are shocked by marine litter that we see around the world. And this is just one indicator of the plastics economy not functioning. So we think we should look at that in a global manner with global mechanisms for capacity building and support. And of course, we will reach out bilaterally to promote the circular economy and also make sure that our trade agreements, as much as possible, can be supportive of this objective. Now, I want to mention one other major building block, next slide, please, of this economic transition, because that easily gets forgotten. Everybody is focused on climate change. A lot of people now talk about circularity, about resource efficiency, about a different way of organizing our economic models. But we easily forget that all of our economic prosperity really relies on healthy nature. Now, if I say all, perhaps I'm exaggerating a little bit, so I quickly need to look at my papers to find the right figure. But the World Economic Forum has indeed said that 44 trillion of economic value generation, so that's over half of the world's GDP, rely moderately or highly on nature, and on nature being able to provide what we call its ecosystem services. And ecosystems globally, more than 60% are degraded. So they are not in a position at the moment to provide us those services that we need for our economic prosperity. This is why we think we need, in addition to climate change and circular economy and mobility and our energy systems, also a specific focus just on nature and just on biodiversity. And our biodiversity strategy is once again not about looking only at the impacts, but about tackling the drivers of biodiversity loss, the unsustainable use of land and sea, the overexploitation of resources, invasive alien species. And if you can quickly show the next slide, maybe, we are proposing a number of important commitments that we're now discussing with our member states that we think we as European Union should make in order to show some kind of, let's say, global leadership and to have that discussion with all other countries in the world to see what we can commit to jointly and globally at the next conference of the parties of the Convention on Biological Diversity. And we have all seen in the Climate Change Convention what the Paris Agreement, what a driver this has been for action. And this sort of driver we're still missing in the biodiversity field. So we hope that next year, when an important conference of the parties takes place in China towards the end of the year, that the world can come together and make a number of important global commitments. I just quote one, for example, to set aside a certain amount, and we say it should be 30% of all land and sea to be effectively managed and coherently protected areas. We could have numerical targets for organic farming, for less pesticides, for replanting trees, reversing the decline of pollinators. There are many options. The important thing is that we have a number of clear and measurable targets, and that we also come internationally to a way of measuring whether we make progress on these targets and where we are. So that's what I wanted to say on biodiversity. As you could see on the first slide, there are many other components, and I've mentioned them to the European Green Deal. Certainly also chemical policy. And certainly, once again, I want to come back to saying, well, what does the European Green Deal mean? We think it chiefly means an opportunity, and it means an investment opportunity. That's why it's good to be an investment forum. So investment opportunities in those industries that are well-placed or even ahead of the curve. So sustainable companies that are engaged in sustainable supply or value chains will certainly gain from the European Green Deal. We are pushing a lot also for innovation in the financial sector. We have something called our Sustainable Finance Action Plan and the taxonomy attached to it, which we are developing, by which we want to make it easier for investors to identify which are green investments versus those which only look like green investments, but perhaps in fact have negative environmental impacts. And of course, when we talk about global opportunities and global investment, global trade is always at the back of our minds. And the Mercosur agreement, and hereby I will then conclude my comments, the Mercosur agreement is of course an enormously important opportunity for Europe and for Latin America to step up our bilateral relationship, not only in terms of trade, but also and importantly in terms of engagement, in terms of shaping policies together. So we really see the Mercosur agreement also as a tool to offer offer benefits and as a tool to step up the dialogue between our regions. Now, you will have noticed, as we will have noticed, the Mercosur agreement has not yet been ratified by the European Parliament. So there are discussions and there are concerns. I will also not hide that there are concerns about the Mercosur agreement. These concerns are very much linked to the idea that the Mercosur agreement will open up trade, provide more trade opportunities, and that these trade opportunities may be linked to also more environmental damage. So the classic argument could be to say Latin America will export more beef and more soy, and the beef and soy exports are linked to more deforestation in the Amazon, and we don't like that. So that is an argument that we are facing, and we think it's an argument we should take seriously. And we think the way to counter these arguments is actually to engage in more dialogue between the regions, to use the mechanisms that the Mercosur agreement will give us, and also, of course, as European Union, to take our responsibility, which we will, to look at what is on our markets and how can we make our supply chains more sustainable, so that when we open up trade, the trade that is benefiting is actually the trade in sustainable products and not just any trade. And that's what our policy is all about, and that's what the Green Deal is trying to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Astrid. That was good. I mean, we reached the panel today, so bear with us. We will be getting back to you after the first round of questions and answers from our panelists. Bueno, volvemos aquí a Montevideo.
Okay, so let's go back to Montevideo, and first I would like to ask the Undersecretary, thank you for leading this new ministry, and I remember a few months ago when we had politician dialogue, and most of the political parties agreed that this Ministry of Environment had to be created, and so we are very happy with that. My question is, what was the main reason for creating the ministry? And the idea of having one ministry dedicated to the environment, what are the objectives and what is the climate neutrality strategy in Uruguay? Well, thank you very much for the invitation, and the European Union delegation in Uruguay and the Eurocamara and the Chamber of Services in Uruguay. Well, actually, I think that everything has a process, and it was time that Uruguay had a hierarchy in terms of the environment in the Council of Ministries, especially focused on the environment. Uruguay has a long history in terms of environmental issues. It participated in 1962 in the Stockholm Conference, and then in 1990 it created the Ministry of Housing, Land Planning and Environment at a time when these issues were in the agenda, but at that time they were not a priority in the national agenda. So it took some time. Also, the environmental conflicts started occurring in Uruguay, so everything arrives a little bit later here in Uruguay. There are no large impacts as in other parts of the world. So it was a real need to have this ministry. So this was something included in the political campaign, and there were bills that had been submitted before. So this government started its administration with a willingness to create this ministry, to give a hierarchy to this topic, and also to address environmental issues that the country is facing. As you mentioned, Uruguay wanted to highlight itself as a natural country. This was the product of a political consensus that established that Uruguay wants to be acknowledged as a natural country. And for that reason, we have to defend it and act, therefore, in a consequence. so that we can have the environmental issue at this level and to address the topics as well. So there are several challenges. The main challenge in this 2020 scenario with the sanitary crisis is it has actually generated the opportunity to stop, to think about and see what things have to be improved, how we can establish a more sustainable development. As it was mentioned, I recognize that the European Union for a long time, before this started being a trend, a European Council in Paris decided that the environmental topic had to go along with economic development. And it was important to have an action plan. And somehow in some documents, this was also mentioned to be included in other policies. So I think this is a good challenge for a country in a time where we are today in the middle of this crisis that we hope to finish soon, but to accompany this economic development with more sustainability. So the objectives of the ministry have to do with some issues that we have present in the society, such as the water quality, the waste management, also the issue of agricultural production, that the country needs to add the environmental component in the agenda. So these are needs of the country and opportunities for the private sectors. And I think there is a lot to do, a lot to invest in, and it's important the open doors provide political stability. And we have this component also, which is very important. Back in the 19th century, a European mentioned the difference between politicians and statisticians. And the statisticians think about the new generations, not on the elections. And I think that the concept that Uruguay has used to address this issue, also the energy issue, these are issues that have to be planned when we have to legislate and thinking about future generations, not to comply with international commitments and agreements, but because we actually feel it that way and thinking about the future. Okay, thank you very much.
You have some minutes left if you would like to use them. Maybe we can have an additional question later on. So we go to Undersecretary Remo Monseglio. Thank you very much for being here. And we're going to tourism and the relationship between one and the other. So the concept of Uruguay, natural. So whenever you come here to Uruguay, that's the first thing you see. And when you are sitting on the plane, that's the first thing you see, Uruguay natural. What does that mean? I know there's a history behind it, but how is that aligned with respect to everything that's coming from the environmental aspects? Well, I'm going to take advantage of some of the minutes that were not used by the Undersecretary of the Environment. Well, you have 3 minutes, so. Okay, I have a brief presentation to make on the initial vision of the Ministry of Tourism. I don't know if it's going to be useful for you, but it will be very useful for me. Because after 65 years of getting ready for this position where we have to attract tourists to Uruguay, and we have 0 tourists right now. So we cannot tell people, do not come. It's actually a paradox, and I never, ever thought that this would happen in my life. But, well, we had to redefine, in a way, our objectives. and I will go over them briefly. So our mission, the Minister of Tourism defines, leads, and manages the national policy in tourism, promoting at the national, regional, and international level the development of a sustainable activity through the planning and conservation of tourist resources, ensuring the experiences, quality experiences for visitors, fostering investment and the socioeconomic development of the country. The ministry will consolidate tourism as a state policy and also evaluating the national strategy, positioning the country as a destination that is accessible and sustainable, and will have a model that it's agile and efficient and will promote transformation and the articulation between private and public stakeholders. What does this have to do with the question? Well, within our program, we basically want to focus on coordinating actions with the Minister of Environment on tourism and a plan of protected area. And as an example, 60 years ago, I was 5. I was living in paradise, facing a rough river, the Santa Lucia River. And I would go out 2 or 3 times a week with some sticks and plants, and I would make some holes, and I would plant what would later on be trees. And at that point, I didn't understand much what that was about. But it was a great opportunity to learn things such as the fact that the last raindrop takes 3 days to get back to the river. If there are trees, if there are no trees, it gets there really fast, and it just drags along the best soil. So my father, maybe, I don't know, we could say he was a pioneer in terms of the environment. He planned for very many years at his own cost and with his own invention what was later on the development of the Santa Lucia Basin, which included the construction of a delta. And he was probably the first to do that. And then, well, it was later on continued, but those practices that we used to do every week, they were teaching me the connection that human beings have with nature and how important it was to preserve it, not to cut all those trees that we used for cooking, actually, but were devastating the environment. 60 years later, unfortunately, in that river where I used to drink water from, we used to drink that water, but 60 years later, a few years ago, the children in that same town could not even bathe in it because it was contaminated. And it's that same river that we use for the drinkable water. So how do I associate all this? And I also refer to the presentation of Astrid, because I really support all her words. But she proposed to involve all citizens and all stakeholders of the society in climate actions. And amazing, under the title of State Nature, I think that's the basis for everything. We can have all types of meetings, climate meetings, but if human beings individually do not understand how important it is to take care of nature directly, personally, it's very hard to survive. That's our natural brand. We still have a country where we can still teach our children the value of taking care of nature. So that's the spirit. So that's what the country brand reflects. But I don't know if I will get it, but I will use all my efforts to try to talk about this so people and schools understand that this is the way to support a brand such as Uruguay Natural. So thank you very much, and thank you for sharing your personal story behind this brand, because it's really nice. It's really nice to listen to stories and because it's much easier to relate to, and it helps us to remember the story. Thank you very much. We'll go on to Veolia.
Okay, both Andres and Paula, I don't know how you're going to distribute your time. I have a question to start with. In the concept of circular economy, how does Veolia promote the circular economy, and what are the different projects in Uruguay and the region? Maybe Paula, you can start? Yeah, okay. I will start, and then I will give the floor to Andres, who is in Uruguay. First of all, I would like to thank the Eurochamber, the European Union Delegation in Uruguay, and the Chamber of Commerce in Uruguay for the invitation. Also the Chamber of Commerce, the French Chamber of Commerce in Uruguay, who we've been working with. And I would like to greet also the speakers in this panel and to thank you for sharing your views, and with Manuel also, it's a pleasure to reestablish the contact, even if it's virtual. I would have liked to be there in Uruguay as a tourist mainly, but also to be there with you. Here we are continued in quarantine, and I would like to mention what Veolia is, because we have started not long ago. This is a French company of environmental services that is present in about 50 countries in the 5 continents. There are more than 170,000 collaborators working on the design and deploying personalized, catered measures for the needs of the different countries. So with the approach of favoring sustainable development. Within this program of the panel, which has to do with the green economy, in the case of our company, this is very simple because the core of our activity is related to improving life quality and the well-being of the population through the environmental service. So it also takes into account the social equality through the integration of the cities, promoting equal access to resources under the commitment of not affecting the environment. So we also accompany this approach with a green economy to preserve resources and to create solutions for projects that foster sustainability. In Europe, we have been leading this position to modify the way we do things as something that is already set. In Latin America, we are actually walking through this path. As some of the authorities from the Environment and Tourism Ministries mentioned, we have an advantage in our countries, which is that there is a large natural wealth. Veolia is present in several countries of the region. It is a company with more than 160 years of history, and it was originally created to respond to the needs of the population, to drinkable water in the era of Napoleon, and then it started intensifying the services regarding waste management, the access to energy services, as the communities started developing, and as also together with the development of the industries. 6 or 7 years ago, in its headquarters in Paris, a new organization was proposed to actually change and transform the world, that is focused on these three concepts: water, energy, and resources, with the idea to facilitate access through the solutions which are easy to access, to preserve and restore resources or renew them, providing them a second life. So this approach enables to reduce carbon footprint, and expand biodiversity, and also to go along with the cities and the citizens with more efficient productive systems, both for the governments at the public and private levels with their productive systems. Veolia has more than 20,000 employees in the region, with the generation of green jobs and promoting the diversity and gender equality. When you mentioned green employment, this has to do with a fair transition, not only generating employment in the environmental services, but also aiming at professionalizing workers with internal training. We consider in Veolia that this is very important, because to adapt successful cases from other countries with incorporation to modern technologies in Latin America requires an adequate professionalization, and which we understand contribute with benefits at a personal and professional level. So I'm going to mention some comments on circular economy examples that could be replicable in our countries. For example, I'll start with Europe, which has been working on this for many years. More or less 5 or 10 years ago, we started implementing recycling water projects, such as the case of Milan. There is a plant for treating effluents that has a capacity of 432 cubic meters per day, and Veolia, together with the administration of the city, obtained this reuse capacity for agriculture. So in this manner, we reduced the pollutants that were actually thrown on the river and the Adriatic River. In 2006, there was a similar project in Barcelona, and in the case of the reuse of water, industrial waters in Tarragona, there were different needs to provide recycling water. So here again, they used resources, and 63% of the reuse was obtained. I also can mention, in the case of Argentina, for example, the beer industry that has its plant in Luján, in the province of Buenos Aires. We reached their goals of recycling waste from the productive systems, and we are almost at 98%. For example, Nestlé in Mexico, in the state of Jalisco, which is very dry, we implemented a solution for zero waste in the production of milk in a region which suffers a lot from this dry weather. So in Boston also, there was another project another region which had this project in Mosteloes, and there are several houses that benefited from this project. In this case, the reality is that the energy cost was reduced based on fossil fuels, and CO2 emissions were also reduced. So the Veolia solutions contemplated the participation in the project. We set up 400 kilometers of piping and also the setup of the central plant. And so we saw that the energy was reduced by 20% and 9,000 tons of CO2 that were avoided. So these are just some specific examples in terms of circular economy. I will give the floor to Andres if he wants to say something about this.
Okay, Andres, I'll give you a few minutes. And then you can distribute the second question in a different way, but you still have a couple of questions. I would, of course, support the thank yous that Paula did. I'm not going to improve Paula's answers at all. I think she's been very detailed, and so you can all know how Veolia can help. But maybe something to add, I believe this concept of green economy offers a change of paradigm. It's actually asking us to see our waste in a different way, not as something that we have to get rid of or maybe treat, but as something that could be valuable, that could be part of our processes. And that requires a lot of creativity, and it's a great challenge. And I think Veolia is working on it. Some of the cases that Paula mentioned are examples of actions that have been taken in other places and that can be replicated here. Of course, there's always the local context. We have to adapt a lot of things, but the fact of having these experiences provides an opportunity. So thank you very much, Andres. Sorry to be so short, but while you're talking about water and circular economy, I can see that authorities are quite interested in these topics. It seems to be one of the big topics in Uruguay. So we're going to NLX. I don't know what the correct pronunciation would be. We are with Simone Tripepi. He's connected remotely. Good morning or good afternoon. I would like to ask you a question. With all the work that NLX has done in the energy transition here in Uruguay, specifically in terms of wind energy, and the proposal would be, what are energy companies doing to create sustainable energy and have less carbon emissions? Thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to thank the invitation to this forum, because it's very interesting to be here and participate in this panel and to be listening to the other speakers. First question, NLX, or NLX, or any way you want to pronounce it, we all understand it. NLX is part of the NL group, and I'm going to answer your question with respect to climate change. So actually, I'm going to answer this question from the point of view of NL as a group. So to face climate change, there are two recipes which are not excluding one or the other. First, develop more clean energy and improve efficiency. And we can see dependency, we can lower dependency of fossil fuels. And Enel, from its different branches, we generate energy, we distribute it, we do a lot of things, and we also offer additional solutions to our core businesses. So with all these solutions and this interaction of all these activities, we aim at integrating businesses in a vision of an ecosystem. We believe that only by thinking as an ecosystem, we can boost a sustainable economy. And we have taken a step integrating the business of renovating energies in Enel Americas, and our contribution in Uruguay also, with the investment in wind energy, and everybody in green power is integrated in Enel Americas with the idea of keep growing of what is 56% today of renewable capacity installed today in Latin America, well, in South America, to 73% in the coming years. Another example that I would like to mention, it's moving the mix to renewable, which means for the Enel Group, giving up to the contribution of energy that's coming from coal. We announced, or it was announced some months ago, that 2 units of the thermoelectrical complex in the south of Chile will be closed by May 2022. And this is a clear definition of what the road has been to lower dependency on fossil fuels, changing the mix of generation. And finally, I would like to go a little bit on the concept of energy transition. We must do it this way to support the transition towards a cleaner energy. Why? Because in markets, well, as we'll see in Latin America later on, in markets that are becoming more liberalized, it's highly relevant to be able to tell the story of the transition towards clean energy. The second recipe, as I was saying before, within the framework of services offered by the Enel Group, Enel was created. It's a business line that is offering solutions to manage energy efficiently, and it enables to incentivate renewable energies and thus reduce the carbon footprint. We have some practical examples in Enel that I would like to share with you so you can understand how we are facing this challenge of decarbonization. Number one is that Enel is participating in renewable energies through projects of distributed energy, especially photovoltaic of reduced scale compared to the greatest plants. But we have more than 20 megabytes of distributed energy that have already been set up. And the greatest examples are Brazil and Colombia. And they are generating, we are contributing directly to reducing the carbon footprint. Besides, thinking beyond the installation of the plant or the setting up of the plant, we're integrating solutions to manage in an intelligent way all energy consumptions at the different points of our clients, together with providing a photovoltaic plant that is benefiting several clients. We also deliver to our clients a solution to optimize their consumption from this plant. So this junction or group of solutions makes it stronger. And then I have another example, and I think it pairs up very well with what Paula said. In Chile, we have launched a project together with Sofolfa to support the compensation plan for emissions in the country, and the challenge for the plan of the fight against the contamination of wood combustion. And we have launched a campaign to exchange, let's say, firewood stoves for newer equipment that are highly efficient. And we have exchanged 6,700 stoves, and this has been done in a pure circular concept. Why? Because this was born from a SOFOFA initiative, because this represents several companies in Chile which have an obligation to decrease their carbon footprint. And usually, in the past, they would go into reforestation and pavement. That was the methodology in the past. But we proposed a project with value that it's a lot stronger, where companies are financing the project to exchange their stoves, and people get benefits from a more efficient solution, with also the benefit of contamination in their own households, because there's no contamination due to the combustion in the home. And at the same time, we close the circle, because old stoves are not thrown away. They are recovered through the participation of specialized companies in this, so they can be put back, the material can be put back into the productive or production circle. So this is one of the examples that we usually mention when we talk about circular economy. So I really like talking about this example, because of course it's energy efficiency, and at the same time it's showing that it can be very, very circular. We have a lot more examples, such as storage systems. To date, we have, both in Peru and Colombia, we have plants that are collecting battery wrecks. And this is definitely the future, where we have to evolve, definitely in Latin America, so we can have renewable energies, and we can have flexible storage systems, so it can benefit the network and the grid in all the countries. We are closing a deal to keep developing these battery systems in Latin America. And to finish, we have some examples that get a little closer to the cities, because energy efficiency means better consumption in buildings, for example. So Chile already has the first building in South America, which a facade that it's 100% photovoltaic. So there's a building that has almost 190 peak kilowatts on the facade. So it's not the point of using the land next to the building or the rooftop. It can be integrated into the building itself, and we have added the photovoltaic system with solutions of energy efficiency, even electric mobility. All this package is where we have to aim at, especially in Latin America, where we're still building, because cities are still growing, and we can contribute so they can grow in an intelligent and efficient way. So, to round up, I would like to say that we have a great opportunity to take a quantum leap in Latin America, and we need the support of the regulations here, so as to abandon the concept of generating transmission, distribution, and consumption, because we can close a circle and we can enable consumers to participate in the optimal management of energy through the concept of flexibility in the electric system. We have some examples currently undergoing In Colombia, we have 19 megawatts, and they are participating through agreements with clients and the concept of voluntary disconnection of demand. So the people can benefit at different times from disconnecting and thus modulating and balancing their needs with the commitments they have with the grid. So in Chile, we have a similar program to manage the demand, where more than 100 clients get disconnected to provide megawatts to the grid. And this is done through platforms that are automated. And if we think in terms of the future, and I'll be finishing here, the same electric vehicles are the ones that can contribute to this type of solutions. We have rechargeable stations, bidirectional, both in Chile and Brazil. Okay, Simone, thank you very much. You have given us a great overview of everything. You almost answered the second question, so I'm going to take this into consideration and take a couple of minutes from your second part. No, it's just a joke. Well, we'll go back to the second round of questions. In this case, I'm going to ask you to be very, very brief, with the exception of the two authorities that have some minutes left, but the others, please. We're going to have an exception with you. Okay, so we'll go back with Astrid Schumacher.
Hello.
Hi. We would like to actually get a bit more information about how advanced is the circular economy plan in Europe. How is it working? And how do you think this plan could actually affect the Latin America's efforts to actually push for a circular economy? Do you think that there will be potential collaboration between the EU and Latin America, Uruguay in particular, as far as the circular economy is concerned? How do you see that link of that potential cooperation? Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's what we hope for. That's what we want. And I really would like to thank the two previous speakers, because they gave already excellent practical examples of circular economy and also what companies can do and contribute to the agenda. So I've already talked a lot in the first round, so I'll try and be a bit shorter. But to say in Europe, and thanks for just putting this slide back on screen. I think in Europe we are quite well advanced, but the potential to go even further is still enormous. In fact, when we look at our economy, we think it's about 12% circular. So that shows you that we still have way to go and that there's still huge benefits to reap. And luckily, we have a lot of independent studies that actually tell us if we embark on the transition, but these studies are also done for other countries, it is actually a way to generate additional growth and additional employment. And that is actually, of course, at the present moment, an extremely important driver of our policies. So where we are in Europe, we started in earnest, I would say, about 6 years ago with the first Circular Economy Action Plan, which we have completed. And then we came out in March with our second Circular Economy Action Plan. And that proposes a new round of 35 actions. And they're summarized on the slide you see in front of you. And I would say we're now a lot more ambitious and a lot more daring than we were, courageous than we were before. So in the beginning, we did this a little bit waste here and a bit up. So now we're really getting to the meat of things, starting with this idea that products that end up on the European market have to be sustainable products. So a sustainable product policy, a coherent policy, will be at the center of this new action plan. Now, what does that mean in practice? It means that when we look at the circular economy, and the previous speaker has just said this very nicely, when we look at the various stages of production, of course, which ends at some point with things being thrown away, which is not the way we would like to have them. But the question is, why do we still have a lot of waste? And the answer for us lies very much in the design phase. In fact, 80% of a product's environmental impacts are determined by the way you design it. And this is very easily explained. You can design a product so that it is easily repairable or that it is not easily repairable. You can glue it together in such a way that nobody can get the components apart, or you can find ways of using whatever, a screw, or putting it together in different ways so that it can be dismantled. So we want to see products that first of all last longer. We don't like this idea that some things are being produced in order to break apart 2 years afterwards and be thrown away. We want the products to be designed to last longer, but also to be easier to repair and easier to reuse, and to integrate greater amounts of recycled materials already in the design. And of course, there are various ways we can stimulate that, and we want to use all sorts of instruments, including, importantly, legislation. So there will be mandatory rules on product design, or maybe not on design, but also just, you buy a radio and then you have a little sheet of paper accompanying it that explains to you, if you want to repair it, where you have to bring it to repair. Normally in Europe today, if your radio breaks down, you have to throw it away. You don't find any place to repair it anymore. And that we think is not right. The second point, and it brings me back to something what the Vice Minister for Tourism said, and what I also tried to highlight in the beginning. This is the role of bringing the public in. So governments, as you said, we can meet forever and have great plans, but we really must make this a societal endeavor. And we must actually then empower our consumers to make the right choices. And that means somehow consumers have to know when they see a product on the shelf, is this a green product or not? So the consumers will need to be given access to information, reliable information about this repairability and durability of products, so they can make environmentally sustainable choices. And there, of course, digitalization and the opportunities we now have, that we hold up our mobile phone against the product and we get information about it, this will help us a lot. And we also then think that the state should also play a role, because we are also, as governments, important consumers. So we will also introduce mandatory rules on green public procurement. And then the third aspect is, we have learned from our previous 5 years that they really, if we want to be effective, we should focus on certain resource-intensive sectors. And we have worked first on a plastic strategy in Europe, about which I can say more if there's time. But so we have looked at this whole sector, plastics. And we find that this should be replicated for other resource-intensive sectors that have a high potential for circularity. And we have identified these sectors, and you saw them you see them again on screen now. So electronics, ICT, batteries, importantly, vehicles, packaging, plastics, construction, food, water, nutrients. So we want to look at these sectors and have strategies that span the entire sector, and they're being developed with the industries. And again, fortunately, in many of these areas, textiles is a good example, we have an industry that really wants to work with us in order to come to a different way of managing their products. The third aspect is still to ensure less waste. So we want to minimize waste, and that means also transforming waste into high-quality secondary resources. Now, the problem we've had so far is the uptake of secondary resources. So there are questions about the reliability of a secondary raw material versus a newly mined raw material. So that's an issue of setting standards, labeling, etc., and that's something we want to address. And then I've spoken already a bit about wanting to lead global efforts, so I don't want to go into that again. I just want to say that for policy to be successful, I think what we need is one that really looks at the whole product cycle and that has a whole set of instruments. So voluntary, certainly nudging consumers, but also regulation, and also, and importantly, working together with industry, because certainly the consumer industry, but increasingly also all other industry want to be responsible stewards of the planet and want to work with us. And in the plastics area, for example, I leave the plastics. If you want to hear more about this, you asked me a question, but I leave it at that. Just then to come back on the question, cooperation with Latin America and Uruguay. I mean, absolutely. What I think we can offer, first of all, of course, as European Union, is several years of experience and several years of trying and testing things that work, and some have worked well and others have worked not so well. And certainly a lot of things we learned on how to engage with stakeholders, how to create platforms, etc., etc. And we have learned that regional markets at scale are very important. So we see in Latin America now, for example, the idea of creating a Latin American alliance on circular economy. We hope this will be launched early next year, if you're correctly informed. And our idea would be to see if we could join in a way as knowledge providers this alliance and work together with you. And I say knowledge providers, that was actually a very arrogant way of putting it, because yes, we have a lot to offer, but also we still think we have a vast amount of things to learn from other regions and Latin America in particular. And there's also the global alliance on circular economy, which we hope we can push forward together. And certainly our concern about plastic waste is also something on which we think we can work very well. But generally speaking, I think European companies have now been exposed to this drive for circularity for 5 to 10 years, and I'm sure our industry representatives can confirm that, and they have really adapted very, very fast their production models, their thinking, their way of presenting themselves, and their way of engaging. And that is something they can bring, and we can bring together also to Uruguay. And it is, I think, really for you, not for me, to tell you what the most interesting sectors are. But I think once we identify them, you identify them, we can certainly find very concrete opportunities to work together in those sectors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Astrid, for your
Gracias.
For your answers. We take the points. We see the possibility of further cooperation with the European Union. We see that there's program being made on the implementation of the circular economy program since the 2015 Closing the Loop. So it's great to know that progress is being made, and the European Union is open for cooperation with Latin America. Thanks so much. Ok, bueno, pasamos a la última ronda de preguntas y respuestas aquí en Montevideo.
Let's go back to the last round of questions and answers in Montevideo.
Y pasamos de nuevo con el subsecretario Amarilla del Ministerio de Ambiente.
And we'll go back to the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Environment, Mr. Amarilla. So in terms of circular economy, we know that financing is required, and this is not the best time, of course, due to the pandemic. We understand that there are cuts at all different levels, but we need greater capacity of investment in terms of circular economy in Uruguay. Where do you think that more investment is needed? Where do you see investment opportunities? Well, we believe there are several opportunities. They mentioned water. Water is an opportunity for investments, especially with the needs of the country, to improve the quality of water. First of all, another one is related to waste at all levels, because there can be different opportunities in several sectors in different parts of the country to value or revalue waste, because we haven't had good waste management practices historically in general, with, of course, a few exceptions, but there are different working lines with different possibilities. For example, in terms of plastics, generating working strategies to eliminate single-use plastics, or to recycle as much plastic as possible. One of my dreams is to have some plastic-neutral places in some parts of the country, instead of, dumpsters that really damage the environment. There are possibilities in the agricultural sector, probably people from the Ministry of Livestock and Cattle Farming. We need to focus on certain strategies, and even in some infrastructure, to improve their management and their economic efficiency and energy efficiency as well, and also to avoid the damage that causes to the environment. And also we have another opportunity with electronic devices, so we could have an action line based on that waste to generate wealth and to generate jobs. That is also necessary, especially now. And because I have a few minutes left, I will go back to the first question that has to do with climate change. Uruguay is working hard on a long-term climate strategy that we have moved forward on. We are now generating instances of great participation, and as we said at the beginning, that the decisions taken by the country have high consensus that ensure time, that long terms. And we need to have clear objectives in terms of CO2 emissions and neutrality. And we need to have clear objectives by 2050. And we're generating consensus, so when Uruguay goes and presents its strategies, everybody can be sure that that will be kept in the long term. And although we've done our homework in a lot of things, there are a lot of things we need to work on in terms of mobility, for example, as you mentioned early today. And we're also suffering the consequences. A few days ago, we have cyanobacteria that are affecting a lot of sectors, and we have problems in the conformation on the coast, that some municipalities are having a lot of trouble, and in some parts of the country we also have, I don't know if I should say water deficit or water stress or even droughts. We have to see how to manage these things, and I think there's another opportunity for investment for European companies in that respect.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's move on to the Undersecretary Monseglio from the Ministry of Tourism. Give us some idea of how the sustainable idea integrates with tourism. Well, mainly for us, the creation of the environment ministry is an opportunity to generate that sustainability. Tourism, well managed, can take care of the environment, but otherwise it would be a predator. So in many areas there have been abuse of different areas such as the sand dunes and the waterways, that today the nature is showing us what the consequences have been of those abuses. The Ministry of Tourism in its origin had the objectives which I mentioned at the beginning, to promote and to promote the beauties of our territory. But we've been working now with the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Environment, because we are soon going to convene a meeting to deal with the water treatment and all the cities that form part of the Santa Lucia Basin, but then we will continue with this along the country. We want to work on the natural protected areas. We want to foster tourist investment, but based on the environment. We have heard about some projects that grant licenses to manage hotels and casinos. There is one that will take place in Atlántida, which is a city and has had a high prestige in the past. And obviously, to include a hotel with a casino is a challenge, but we are doing that in a way that for some is going to be a surprise, that is going to be together with the sewage system of Atlantida, which it doesn't have one. So this is the idea of generating innovative projects aiming at the environment, because many of you will be surprised to this fact that it doesn't have a sewage system. On the other hand, we are starting to generate awareness of all the tourism elements and environment is a plan that we are developing with all public and private institutions that actually provide training on tourism, so that they are the ones who are aware of the priorities of maintaining the environment and all the things that make the brand natural Uruguay Natural. But we have to be careful, because nature sometimes calls our attention due to the abuse. So with Gerardo Noriega, we've been working from the very first day, and we are aiming at promoting tourism but taking care of the environment. So this is our willingness, and it's the willingness of the national government. So very good luck with this initiative, and it's clear that the agreements between the ministries are on the table, and it's good to have all the ministries involved.
So we'll finish our round. Back with Veolia now. We have very, very short time left. So I would ask you to be very brief in your responses. We'll start with Andrés and Paula. You can decide who can answer. But I would like to ask you about the water treatment and waste management and the experience that Veolia has, especially in Europe. Can you give us some idea on opportunities that exist in Uruguay that you have detected to invest in treatment projects? I'm going to answer the question that has to do with Veolia at the general level, and then I'll give the floor to Andrés about projects in Uruguay specifically. You have 4 minutes, so whatever time you take, Andrés won't have it. Okay, fine. So, briefly, Veolia offers solutions in everything that has to do with the comprehensive management of water, waste, and energy. Projects of energy efficiency in all stages of the cycle. And our idea is to help cities to be more efficient in their public services, and to generate solutions to the more and more complex problems that arise, to have access to drinkable water and sewage, and to reach more and more inhabitants, as the authorities mentioned, but also to do this in a more and more, not only efficient way, but also mitigating the environmental impact. In the waste management, I will just mention only some cases, what we do in general. We design, build, operate, and support public companies, but also industrial manufacturing companies, everything that has to do with the waste management, making drinkable water, recyclable projects, managing mud, managing waste, everything that's related to it in Argentina, in Ecuador, in Chile, something that's very fashionable right now. which is the treatment of pathogen waste. We've been working in Argentina for more than 30 years on this, on the treatment of this waste. So, of course, it's very fashionable now because of the pandemic. And our response capacity has been really good. And we've been able to help cities, hospitals, to maintain a healthy environment for the population. About waste, we can also help in everything that has to do with the treatment of any type of waste, urban classification, revaluing waste, as Astrid was saying. And in the case of efficiency projects, energy efficiency projects, the supply, the maintenance, but also a monitoring center that's a hub that is offering digital solutions and about technology. This that was mentioned in the previous panel, and the services that provide water and waste services and energy efficiency for cities and municipalities and private companies as well, hospitals, private hospitals, public ones for buildings, etc., that enable to reduce approximately 20% of the energy consumption of the facilities. Okay, so those are the models that we are replicating in Latin America today, that were born quite a few years ago in Europe. So I'll give the floor to Andres so he can finish with the Uruguayan experience. Very concrete then. I believe there are two good reasons. First, the guarantees and the stability that Uruguay is offering to invest, because it's something attractive. And the second, that has specific to our business, the legislation. There's no business development if there's no regulation behind it. And Uruguay has gone a far way in that respect. We were saying that the creation of the Ministry of Health, of Environment, is one of them. But we also mentioned that things that are on the agenda of the government, things that have to be regulated, these are all very good signs that are showing companies such as Veolia that are showing that it can be a good opportunity to invest. So thank you very much, Andres. And we're going back to Simone. Simone, you have a very, very short time. Sorry to tell you, because we've used it all up. But I would like you to, are you still there? I don't know if you're there. Are you? So Simone, I would like you to say something about sustainable mobility and all the work of Enel that is going that way. If you can be specific about initiatives that Enel is carrying out in Latin America and Uruguay.
Okay, I'll be very specific. The urban sustainable mobility is something clear, and as Enel, we have committed to trigger this development in terms of public transportation, making it electric. Actually, in 2018, we launched the first project, the first electric fleet in Chile, 100 buses, together with a private and public alliance between the operator and the government of Chile. So we had the financing, the engineering, the delivery of the electric stations, the charging stations, and for the buses, and the energy, of course, supplied in order to close the circuit of renewable energy. So we won that project won the Nobel Prize for Public Transportation as the most innovative financing model, and it actually was a model for other countries. So what have we done? Okay, we cannot continue financing on our own this. because this is a space for financial institutions. So this year we launched a fund with AMP Capital to identify potential opportunities in terms of public transportation in Latin America and the Caribbean. So we have 957 buses in different cities of Latin America, including Uruguay, that they have this insight that due to our experience they have been successful. So we thank the work that has been carried out in terms of electric mobility, and with the idea of installing the installation for recharging these electric buses. And now we see how to deliver our package solution for the buses that the same operator wants to introduce in the next year. So in Colombia, where we already have the intelligent recharging infrastructure for the buses that are circulating in Bogota, we are seeing the new tenders and bidding as a supplier of electric buses. In Peru, there is a project going on of the first bus of public transportation to collect information for a massive public transportation for next year. And there are several projects for next year which have to continue working on. And one of the biggest opportunities is in Brazil due to the size of the country. Specifically, we have two projects, one in São Paulo and Salvador de Bahia, which can actually, both of them can add up to 1,400 electric buses and 800 in El Salvador in the next years. So to conclude, these are the projects. However, we have to identify two needs. First, to continue ensuring the presence of the private sector in this revolution, such as the project in Chile, a public-private project, and which makes this something feasible. And that can be replicated in different countries. The second is to plan the change. Planning guarantees sustainability and efficiency in the long term. In addition to all the energy involved, we have to planify it so we can do it correctly. I mean, we don't have to be afraid of changes and with endless tests. We have to involve all the stakeholders that can contribute so that the solution is efficient, durable, and valuable for all the parties involved. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Simone. And so with this, we conclude today's panel. I cannot make a summary, but I would like to thank all the speakers, all the ones who are from abroad. Astrid, Paula, Simone, thank you very much for your time here. Also, Remo and Gerardo, thank you very much for your participation. And obviously, Andres, also to be here with us. So I think that this was a very fruitful panel from the European Union, the authorities of the country, and also the private sector, and this certifies that the green economy is something really important and relevant. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much to all speakers, both the ones here and the ones abroad. And thank you, Manuel, for moderating this last panel of the forum. I would ask the speakers here and the audience to stay here because we'll be closing these 2 intense days of the forum. And I would like to invite Councillor Damian Kamiński from the European Union, the delegation of the European Union in Uruguay. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We're finishing this 3rd edition of the Forum of European Investment in Uruguay. So on behalf of the European Union, the co-organizer of the forum, it's a pleasure to be sharing these words. I would like to thank all the participants. First of all, the speakers. We've had distinguished speakers, 26 of them in this forum. And I would also like to thank those that have been with us on YouTube and social media. There were more than 1,000 people connected yesterday, and today we have reached a number of about 800 people. So thank you very much for being with us during these 2 wonderful mornings. I would like to give a special recognition to the teams of the delegation of the European Union, the Eurocamara, and also the Chamber of Commerce and Services that have worked really hard for this forum. The high level that we've had in this forum, it's the confirmation of the great friendship that joins the European Union and Uruguay. Partners that are working together in tough times to provide a focus on topics that are very important. Digital economy and the green economy of the 21st century, better connectivity and services for commerce, and also to work together towards the signing of the association agreement of the European Union and Mercosur. As mentioned by the Minister of Environment, Adrián Peña, who was here yesterday, the European Union is a reference in the hierarchy of the environmental topic. We hope to find a way out of the climatic emergency we're going through. The Green Deal, the European Green Deal, has an impact on the commercial policy and all the policies of the European Union. It is within this context that we have to see the debate on the association agreement between the UE and Uruguay. We've talked about the opportunities for our European investment in Uruguay, as mentioned by the President Dombrovskis. The European companies trust Uruguay. And that's why the European Union is still the first investor in Uruguay. And we talk about services, one of the focuses of this forum. There's an opportunity for development, and European companies are ready to keep playing a key role in developing and diversifying the economy in the country. We have also exchanged opinions on the digital future, and both Uruguay and the European Union are working together to create a reliable environment that supports democratic values and fundamental rights as privacy and sustainable economy. The forum will finish, but we'll keep working on the InsPYraME UE project. Carlos and Marcela have more details about it. So before lunch, that we would like to host here in a few minutes. So goodbye. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Damian Kamiński, for your words. And let's invite Marcela Codina from the Chamber of Commerce and Services of Uruguay, coordinator of the program InsPYraME UE, to come to the floor.
Good afternoon. We are
closing the third forum of European investment in Uruguay within the framework of the project InsPYraME UE that we have coordinated with the Chamber of Commerce and Services of Uruguay and the Eurocamara. From the Chamber of Commerce and Services of Uruguay, we've been working for more than 15 years in cooperation with the European Union, and this project makes us to continue strengthening our work towards improving the quality of the work of these small and medium-sized companies. One of the main objectives of this objective is to prepare these small and medium-sized companies to take advantage of the opportunities and benefits that they can have as a consequence of the signing of the AA with the Mercosur and EU. The several workshops and training sessions took place to strengthen their businesses and improve competitiveness of Uruguayan companies. This year, we held different courses where different companies of the country are participating, and in 2021 we will continue offering training sessions to the different sector activities. It's important to mention that this project aims to focus on women and young people to strengthen their potential skills as business people. Next year we will have 4 round tables at a regional level to sign an agreement to improve supporting policies with the private sector. From the Chamber of Commerce and Services in Uruguay, we would like to thank you for being here these 2 mornings. Also the authorities and national, international experts who were part of the panels, and a special thank to the Eurocamara and the European Union mission in Uruguay, that we hope this work continues a long time. So if you want, you can follow the news on our project on the social media, Twitters, Facebook, LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Marcela. We're coming to the end of this third forum of European investment in Uruguay. This was a 2-day activity that has focused the interest of a lot of people. And we would like to invite here to the floor the coordinator of InsPYraME UE, Carlos Vivar from the Eurochamber. So good afternoon, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the people that have made this event possible during these 2 days. Thank you very much to all the people that have been with us, both here and virtually. Thank you to the sponsors that have been key to this. Neri, Veolia, Edenred, Montes del Plata, Facal Compañía, Movistar. Thank you to all the people that are behind the scenes here that have made it possible for you to follow the event from your homes. Martina Productora, Land Music Group. Also to our partner, El País, that have given their support to our forum, and for all the activities of the project InsPYraME UE, and all the institutions that, together with the Eurochamber, are part of the InsPYraME UE project. The Chamber of Commerce and Services of Uruguay and the Eurocamara. We've been working together for many years and to strengthen the capacities of the small and medium-sized companies, and to work also on the association agreement. All the perspectives, all the expectations that we have. Our president, Luis Martinez, made it clear that the posture of the Eurochamber with the agreement is to support it, and that we're working towards its ratification. And as he said, that from the Eurochamber we are sending a letter to the President of the European Parliament in which we show the posture of the Eurochamber in this respect and what is the situation in terms of the association agreement. We believe that the opportunities and the importance of the agreement should also be present. We will keep working within the framework of InsPYraME UE in 2021 to keep supporting small and medium-sized companies of the country. So before finishing, I would like to thank the 8 chambers of commerce that are part of the Eurochamber that decided to gather together and support each other. And it's a clear example of collaboration. We believe that the collaboration between the European Union and Uruguay can be strengthened with this agreement. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you soon.
Okay, now yes, we are close to the end, and I would like to take these few minutes to thank you, all of you who followed us on the live transmission, and you can actually see the event, watch the event on the YouTube channel of El País. So thank you once again, and I hope you have all liked it and enjoyed it.
Nuestro propósito en BBVA es poner al alcance de todos las oportunidades de esta nueva era. Miramos el futuro como un futuro sostenible, un futuro con mayúsculas. Y para construir ese futuro y cumplir nuestro propósito, hemos determinado 6 pilares estratégicos. Uno de estos pilares es apoyar a nuestros clientes en la transición hacia un futuro sostenible, con foco en el cambio climático y en el desarrollo social inclusivo. Los bancos somos un agente fundamental y debemos ayudar con soluciones de financiación y asesoría para que nuestros clientes y la sociedad toda tengan un mejor futuro en este mundo en proceso constante de cambios disruptivos. Hoy es un día especial para nosotros, muy especial, ya que anunciamos un nuevo producto alineado con nuestro propósito, un préstamo automotor destinado a quienes busquen contribuir a un consumo más responsable a través de la compra de vehículos eléctricos. El diferencial frente a un préstamo automotor tradicional estará marcado por un mayor plazo de financiación y una menor tasa. El objetivo de este nuevo lanzamiento es seguir siendo un referente mundial en banca sostenible, responsable y con valores. Para BBVA, este tipo de créditos son una pieza más en la búsqueda de un futuro sostenible, fomentando un consumo y una producción más responsable. Te invitamos a construir juntos el futuro sostenible, el futuro con mayúsculas.
Down into an open grave. Is there another way? Is there another way? And the rain pours heavy on the waiting stone. Come and beat again, I'll breathe again. Whoa. Rise up from the dark, I see a light ahead. Away for us, away for us. Oh. Rise up from the grave, hear life call.
Un acuerdo, 2 bloques, más comercio. ¿Qué puede hacer tu empresa para lograr exportar a Europa? ¿Conocés las oportunidades del Acuerdo Unión Europea-Mercosur para tu empresa? InsPYraME UE es un programa de información y capacitación para que las MIPYMES uruguayas puedan aprovechar al máximo las oportunidades del Acuerdo Unión Europea y Mercosur. Al mismo tiempo, contribuye a la creación de empleo y a la mejora en la competitividad de empresas con perspectiva de género, facilitando el empoderamiento de las mujeres y jóvenes. InsPYraME UE está dirigido a MIPYMES de todo el país, con énfasis en las lideradas por mujeres y jóvenes. MIPYMES de sectores de actividad, claves o sensibles en cuanto a las nuevas reglas de cooperación que establece el Acuerdo Unión Europea-Mercosur. El programa tendrá una duración de 30 meses. Talleres de capacitación en todo el país, asistencia técnica, foros nacionales de inversión. A lo largo del proyecto se desarrollarán 10 talleres por parte de la Cámara de Comercio y 18 de la Eurocamara. Se llevarán a cabo 2 foros en el país con la participación de expertos del exterior y de las empresas. Financian Unión Europea con aportes de la Cámara de Comercio y Servicios del Uruguay y la Eurocamara Uruguay. Conoce nuevas oportunidades para tu negocio. InsPYraME UE, conectando mercados, personas y culturas.